Mm. Morning. Good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of LAF 14.0. Please, I enjoin everyone down to come up to the gallery so we can commence the order of the day. Good morning, everyone. Please come up to the gallery. Thank you. That's your music. That's take it down. Take it down. Such that I can talk.
Hallelujah. Good morning, everyone. Today is day 2 of the Lagos Architects Forum. If you're down on the exhibition floor, please come up to the gallery. We're about to start. It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. You're all warmly welcome to everyone physically present here and also to everyone who is joining us virtually. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. If you are down at the exhibition center, please come up to the gallery. Thank you. Welcome once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Lagos Architects Forum 14.0, tagged Lagos, an Evolving Organism. We appreciate your presence here, and I hope we all rested well last night. Without wasting much of time, we want to try and keep to the schedule. We plan to start at 10, it's 10:15 already. While we wait for others to come, we'll commence the activities nonetheless. These activities are packed with very powerful expositions and scientific forums where we will have various discussions concerning how we intend to redefine and replan our Lagos that keeps evolving around our population that keeps increasing every day. So I urge everyone to participate, and as we look forward to a very exciting session. To commence today's activities, we will start again with national anthem. I crave your indulgence that we all be upstanding at this time.
Please be seated. Okay, you're welcome once again to the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. It is LAF 14.0. It started off yesterday and it was a blast. I don't know if you were here yesterday. It was really packed. We had quite an amazing time yesterday. Today, yet again, we have something really, really interesting lined up for us. So very quickly, as we move into the program for today, we would like to recognize our special guests, our very important personalities who have joined us today. So first of all, we'd like to recognize our second vice president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, Nigerian Institute of Architects National. My apologies, please. Architect Sani Salawa, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. Sir, please, you can join us. Here present with us today as well, would like to recognize and bring up to the stage Architect Larry Olushola, FNIA. He's our chairman of session for today. You're very welcome, sir. He's our AIA International Region Director at Large. You're welcome, sir. Please, sir. Yes, and he's also the chairman of International Affairs of the NIA. You're welcome, sir. Yes, and he's, the treasurer of AUA. Congratulations on that. The African Union of Architects. All right, sir. Here present with us as well. Yes, here present at us today is we would like to welcome Architect Professor Evelyn Lami Alu Kangom, FNIA. She's the chairman, Board of Architectural Education, and she's also the head of department for University of Jos. You're welcome, ma. Head of university, head of department. Right. Oh, I apologize, ma. She's the deputy dean of the Faculty of Environmental. You're welcome, ma. Okay, we would also like, so for today, because it's really packed, we have 2 chairmen of sessions for today. Would like to welcome up to the stage Architect Abiola Fayemi, FNIA. Please join us on stage, ma. So next on our lineup, we'd like to welcome up to the stage our keynote speaker for today. He's QS Michael Shonubi. He's the president, NIQS. Is he here? Okay, he's not here yet. Okay, all right, he's on his way. We would also like to welcome up to the stage Architect Femi Adewale, FNIA.
We would like to welcome also Dr. Chima Anyaso. Is he here? Not yet. Okay.
Okay, moving on very quickly, we're going to have our first product presentation for today. It is by the NLPGA, Nigerian Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for them.
All protocols duly observed. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big pleasure to be here. I am Larry Bayo, Executive Secretary, Nigeria Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association. And we particularly like the fact that the theme of the Lagos Architects Forum is Lagos, an evolving organism. So the question is, why is Nigeria Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association wanting to be associated with the construction industry? It's because there is an evolving organism of the fact that gas is the future in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. We sit on reserves of gas that is far much more than oil. And the only way to go forward when subsidy is taken off, when deregulation comes into play, is gas. Our association, as the front runner in the LPG space, which is the umbrella body for everybody, is trying to make people understand that LPG is not just cooking gas. LPG can power your generation to bring electricity. LPG can do your water heating process. It can do your air conditioning system. There's a whole lot that LPG can do. And that's why the entire association has sent me the executive secretary alongside with some of our companies, various companies. We have about 148 members. It's an association of companies. Some of the companies are here in the exhibition stand. You may pay a visit to them and learn much more of what gas can do. But in specific, because I know we have just 10 minutes, I'll call one of the member companies, ASICO Energy, which will talk for the rest 8 minutes thereabout on specifics of what has worked, not futuristic, it's happening now, and how the construction industry, which the architects play a focal part of, can key in and help us propose it to the government, put it in building plans, put it in advocacies in terms of policies and the rest of them, so that we can know from the scratch that when laws are being made, when construction plans are being made, gas can be built into the system. So please, I welcome my partner here, Engineer Yemi Owadokun. He'll give specifics as regards that.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and all protocols observed. Mr. Lanre has been able to let us understand that we sit on reserve of gas, even more than oil in Nigeria. And most of the times while we were growing up, what we see is a lot of flaring, going up. But this natural resource can actually drive a lot of economic, things in Nigeria. And that is the reason under the umbrella of LPGA, a lot of things are going on. So I'll just be speaking. Do I have somebody who will be changing the slide for me? So I'll be speaking to ASICO, but the topic says efficient building, and knowing fully where we are in the group of architects. Thank you very much. Okay, we want to talk about ASICO. ASICO is a privately owned organization in Lagos, and we do gas distribution. We have a lot of infrastructure. If you see from our offices in Lagos, we take from gas producers and then we distribute over, the entire nation. From Lagos, Ilorin, Abuja, Kano, we have Benin, taking care of the southeast, part of it. And also we leverage on existing infrastructure, to deploy power-based solution to our client. Gas to power, gas to cooling, gas to heating. There are a lot of industrial organizations that require a lot of boiling, a lot of heating, and it is much more efficient, to use gas instead of diesel and all of those things that has been. So this is our network, logistic network. And talking about what we do, system design, we can partner, with architects from the beginning when designs are being made, so that some of this infrastructure can be included for the efficiency of the building. And then equipment sales and installation, there are a lot of equipment that can come in that can actually make the building efficient. We deal in all of this. This is what we term an efficient building. In order to deal with it, building. Lot of energy, but with the inclusion of gas into operation within building, we get a lot of savings. Also speaking to Energy Commission of Nigeria, if you look at this, because Nigeria in terms of industry, we are not as large. 14% use of energy in industry, 27% use of energy, commercial and public, services. And then when you come to residential, above 50%. And this is where the architects also play important role. Then when we now talk about energy provisioning, the national grid in Nigeria produce 51%, of the energy, while others, which is petrol, diesel, gas, individual, private organizations, 48%. And out of this 48%, only 19% comes from gas. Much of it comes from petrol and diesel. And if you look after deregulation, it is no longer economical, to run organization because diesel becomes so expensive, cost of operation has increased. So that was why we are pushing, for the use of LPG in various organizations that is cost effective and is going to help operational cost. And then what strategies are we supposed to use? There are a lot of engineering, strategy. One of them here says cogeneration. That is the use of the waste heat that comes from generator. Let's assume there is no point you can actually do without using generator. If you fire a generator with gas, you can actually take all of the cooling out of, the supply from the generator, and then the heat that is coming directly from the exhaust of the generator can actually power and chill, water, and then it can go inside and do some cooling so that you don't use a lot of energy. So the waste that is supposed to come from generation can also, be used to produce energy that can be, useful for cooling. Then energy planning, management, moving away from fossil fuel into all other aspects like solar and all of those. That is what we do. So efficiency strategy, renewable, that is where we are going. The use of gas, which is within the energy efficient system, the one I just explained, cogeneration, and then bioclimatic, design. Those ones are what is going on, and this is what some of the things we do, so I just want to show us some of the things. All these ones that we have here, they are gas generators, moving away from diesel, fossil fuel, and gas is cleaner. So, it's not environmental friendly, but gas is much more environmental friendly. So ozone layer depletion, we are going to deal with that. By the time almost everywhere, uses gas generator. And if you look at this is an HVAC, which is a absorption chiller system. This one just run on gas directly. So it means all the air conditioners in the building can be taken up from supply, directly from generator, so that you can reduce the size of your generator. At the same time, it can be powered directly by LPG, and then it can produce cooling. It chills some water with pumps, you move in, and then some fan can begin to direct it into the appropriate location. And if you look at this 50 is used to power just a chiller system that supply, a small location. And all the cooling units there is going to be out of, supply of direct power, from generator directly. So you reduce the amount of energy, you make everything efficient, yet the comfort is not compromised. Okay, if you look at that man there, that is gas water heater. For those people who are in school, you understand the fact that when you are heating, if you put water on fire, when you are asked to calculate, the amount of energy consumed to produce the right heating to get to boiling point, it depends on the volume, it depends on the number of hours or number of minutes, electricity is passed through the coil for heating. But with this one, you don't need to waste energy. That's a lot of waste. This one, immediately you open the tap, because it's a gas water heater. What does it do? It converts, directly into heat. And then the moment you shut it, after the use is there, the cold water that comes in needs to be heated up over a period of time. You are still expending energy. But for this, converted to heat and it's heated up. The rest of the water inside can still be cold, but the one coming from the tap is directly, that is, so it makes it efficient use of energy. And this is a boiler, for some industrial use. And this is water heaters, which is a gas-fired water heater. So these are some of the projects we have completed, like this particular one, 3,000 kVA in terms of capacity, but immediately we do some retrofit, take away the air conditioners and then the heating system into gas. We were able to reduce, the capacity of generator from 3,000 kVA to 750 kVA, talking about efficient use of energy. These are some industrial home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I indulge that we pay a visit to their stands. I'm sure we will have a lot of questions. Their product is very useful at the present and in the future. And I believe many projects will benefit a lot from their products. So please visit their stand and get to know more about what they do. I would like to recognize the presence of the immediate past HGS of the Nigerian Civil Architects, Architect Moradeke Okunriboye, FNIA. And Architect Danjuma, again, Financial Secretary, Kaduna State Chapter. Thank you once again for being here. We would like to take another product presentation by CoStar Building Product Systems. Are they here? Okay, we'll postpone that then. We may be, okay, we'll have to move to since one of our speakers is here, Architect Femi Adewole, FNIA, is going to give us a lecture. So. Thank you.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right. Femi Adewole is a housing finance professional and architect with over 34 years experience in housing finance, development, and project management. He has recently retired as the founding managing director at the Family Homes Funds Limited, a Nigeria-focused affordable housing development and finance company working towards delivering up to 300,000 homes. Prior to joining the Family Homes Funds, he was acting managing director at Shelter Afrique, the Nairobi-based Pan-African housing development and finance institution. He has also held director positions in some of the largest housing companies in the United Kingdom, including Notting Hill Housing Group, one of London's largest affordable housing provider, with responsibility for over 1,500 staff, where he was group operations director, and the Guinness Partnership, where he was investment director. Femi's current focus is developing Afrocentric housing and infrastructure finance solutions, which address the unique context of predominantly low-income and informal economies in sub-Saharan Africa. In that regard, he has in the last year led the team at Family Homes Funds to develop a home ownership program, which has received financing approval for $60 million from the Africa Development Bank. The team also tapped the Nigeria capital market for the first Sukuk bond for affordable housing to raise up to $73 million. He's currently lead consultant at Urban Economics International, advising public and private sector-based clients on urban infrastructure projects. Please, a round of applause for Architect Femi Adewole.
I almost don't recognize that, but it's all very good. Thank you very much. Thank you and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a number of faces that are here that I haven't seen for many years. So I'm seeing Biola. I hope I can still call you that for maybe 30, 40 years. I don't know that after we left architecture school. I'm also absolutely excited to see the number of young people, I suspect young architects who are here. Let me say to you, although I retired from architecture maybe 25 years ago, I've never regretted the 7 years I spent in architecture, and I'm still proud to call myself an architect. So you are in a great profession. Let me also thank the Lagos chapter of the NIA for this opportunity. I'm glad to be here. It's actually the first time I've been here. I've not been able to make it in previous years, but perhaps that's one of the things that happens when you retire. You have a bit of time on your hands, and I'm pleased really to be here. I thank David and the team. Deeply grateful to you. David and I first met about 14 years ago when we worked together on the Lagos Habitat project, which was designed and to some extent relates to what we're talking about today. When we worked on creating some of the institutions including the Lagos Building Control Authority, that are now defining and hopefully regulating the way we build in Lagos. So David, thank you very much. The subject of this year's forum has been one of big interest to me. As you know, what I now do is essentially consulting with governments and agencies around urban economics. So it's about urban development, but the financing side of urban development. That is really what I now do, both here, but across the continent. Cities are fundamental to who we are as a people. All through human history, cities have been the engines of civilizations. It is clear that more than any other factors, it is cities that have made it possible for us to be who we are. Without cities, we'll almost certainly not have been literate. There will be no trade, no economics, and life as we know it now would not exist. And to a large extent, that is also true for Nigeria and its relationship with its most populous city, which is Lagos. The fortune of Lagosians and Nigerians at large is largely dependent on the welfare and the health of Lagos as a city. Okay, that's a very big point. David asked me to speak on any subject I wanted around the theme of Lagos as an evolving organism. That's a very difficult but also risky task on his path, but I'm going to take full advantage of it. So in the next few minutes, what I really want to talk about is the growth of Lagos and as an evolving organism, and the role of you as architects and the world's profession. We have to say that so that they don't feel that you are trying to corner urban design and all of those things as are in contention. The role of you as architects in Lagos evolving as an organism. The role of you as architects in Lagos evolving as an organism. Normally, I love PowerPoints, and I will have put in a lot of PowerPoints, but I decided today because one, I'm really passionate about this subject, and I see the direction in which Lagos and a lot of our cities are going. So I decided that I won't do a PowerPoint, what I want to do is I want you to listen to me. I want to speak to you directly about the fact that as architects, we do have a role. We can't afford to take a back seat in the evolution of our city. In this case, the evolution of Lagos as a city. In the 3 or so days that you have been running this conference, at least 2,800 new families will have moved into Lagos to make Lagos their new homes. Not visit, move to reside in this city. By the end of this month, close to 60,000 people will have moved into Lagos to make it the new city. By the end of this year, close to 800,000 people will now become new residents of Lagos. This city is growing at an alarming rate. In 1960, and I suspect many of you were not born then, the population of Lagos was just under 1 million people. 1 million people. By 2035, when I hope that some of us will still be alive, the population of Lagos will be in excess, depending on which data you look at, anything between 35 and 45 million people. And afterwards, the population of Lagos would double every 20 years. I want that statistics to sink in. And you must set against that statistics the fact that no new land apart from Eco-Atlantic and all of those distractions are being created. So in this land that is Lagos, in the next 50 years, we could have a population of 60 million people, and it will then be perhaps the third largest city on earth, if we don't do anything about our population growth, but that is a totally different story. So when we talk about the evolution of this organism, that is the data you are dealing with. And therefore, as people who are concerned with the environment, as architects, we must understand that data and say, what does it mean for where we live? Development economists will tell you that population growth is a double-edged sword. Population growth can lead to an amazing increase in economic development. It can lead to an amazing quality of life for its people. It can create jobs. It can create joy and happiness. But if population growth is not managed, if this evolving organism is not managed, controlled, and is left on its own, it can become a nightmare for all of those who live inside it. So the first issue that we have to deal with is, what is it going to be for Lagos, for the Lagos that we live in? So sorry, I've lost my my script, so I've got to find it. Just 1 minute. Okay, I think good. So that is the first conundrum that we deal with, that where this evolution is not controlled, where it is not managed, it can become a significant nightmare. But where are we now? Because that is a starting point. An old colleague in architecture school, who is now a prolific writer in urban development, did a research in 2010. And his view of the Lagos urban development is this. He says, poverty and the proliferation of informal settlements, overcrowding and inadequate physical and social infrastructure are the most enduring spatial and social economic manifestations and consequences of urbanization in Lagos. So that was these researchers' opinion about the direction of the evolution of growth in Lagos. That so far, it is heading in the wrong direction. Remember, I said it's a two-edged sword. Growth, urban growth, can be the engine of economic development, but not well managed, they can also be a dagger to the heart of the people who live there. And here, Ilesomi says that poverty, proliferation of informal settlements, overcrowding, and inadequate physical and social infrastructure are the most pervasive or enduring spatial and economic manifestations of urbanization in Lagos. So we are faced with an urban growth that is accelerating at a pace that we've never seen or experienced before. But so far, we are not managing it. So the next question is, what do we need to manage this evolution and growth for an important part of the society? And more, as I said, what is the role of architects in Lagos in that context? So architecture for Lagos. In 1924, Winston Churchill was speaking to the Architectural Association, and he said, there is no doubt whatsoever that the influence of architecture upon human character and actions, we make our buildings, and afterwards they make us. They regulate the course of our lives. I've kind of brought that just for us to see the power of architecture, both to regulate, to manage, and to organize this evolving organism. Architecture exists all around us in various scales and proportions. It comforts us, it surprises us, it affects our behavior, it can make the built environment better and more flexible. Architecture should never be about designing individual buildings, but how the design works, how it makes us engage with our surroundings, and in turn mitigates the negative effects of growth in our city. Architecture has a duty to bring about cultural, social, and economic change that lead to the positive development of cities. And I hope, particularly as I said, for some of those of you who are young architects, that in your own development and practice of architecture, that you are looking beyond the immediate task of designing single buildings to see that the overriding purpose of architecture must be to bring about cultural, social, and economic change, which then lead to a positive development of our cities. That must be your overriding goal. If your architecture does not lead to that, it becomes largely irrelevant. And how we need it in the Nigeria that we now live, how we need it, how we need cultural and social and economic. You have in your hands, by your training, tools to bring about.
And they are confirming what you did in the other one.
So different architects have talked about, and maybe even overblown that. You know, the Italian architect Leon Battista claimed that his classical buildings were so influential that they would compel aggressive invaders of Rome at the time to down their arms and become citizens. Your popular architect Frank Lloyd Wright believed that when done right, architecture will save the United States from corruption and turn people back to wholesome endeavors. Even the more famous architect Le Corbusier actually claimed that his designs could heal the sick. Of course, this was not actually true, and in fact, in some cases, made people sick. And apparently, he would have been sent to jail if not for the fact that the government was more concerned about the Second World War. But outside of those dodgy claims, okay, what is absolutely not in doubt is the power of architecture to shape and change cities. The power of architecture to shape and change cities. So, what are the key challenges that you as architects must grapple with to help us better manage this evolving organism? What are the key challenges that help us manage this? Let me seek indulgence to submit their 3 or 4 key points. The first one is managing density. I am still appalled that we continue to build and design our cities as if we are never going to run out of land.
That's everything. No,
Totally oblivious about the economics of our city. As architects, one of the implications must understand that one of the key implications of unmanaged growth, as we now have, is urban sprawl. Just another data point. The development area of Lagos Metropolis in 1960 was 70 square kilometers. In 2006, which is when we had the last data, it was 3,340 square kilometers.
Online.
Surprised we are now looking at 10,000 square kilometers. The city is Lagos has actually contested the second figure of 3,000. They think it's more than that, and I agree with them. Okay, urban sprawl makes cities inefficient. It makes cities very difficult places to live. So for those of you who are moving between the island and the mainland, you daily experience of that. The first great challenge architecture must address in Lagos is the capacity to create a dense metropolis that has high urban quality and offers residents a better quality of life. We must ensure that Lagos remains a place of innovation, culture, and well-being. We can't continue designing and building the kind of architecture that we are currently building, pure and simple. That is the first challenge that you must grapple with. The second challenge that you must grapple with is the challenge managing equality. Better put, the challenge of managing inequality. The challenge of managing equality. As with most cities, perhaps the greatest threats to the health and prosperous evolution of it, and Lagos is clearly in that, is inequality. Cities with pervasive inequality are simply not sustainable. Cities with pervasive inequality are not sustainable. While Lagos has grown dramatically over the last 60 years, most of that growth is socio-located and vulnerable areas. Whereas we see growth in the affluent suburbs of Lekki, Magodo, Ikeja, and all of those middle income and upper income areas. These are nothing compared to the rate of formation of new slums and informal settlements in Lagos. But they are not seen. The UNHCR and UN Habitat in 2007 said that the number of slums and informal settlements in Lagos were 42, so counted in 1984. But by 2007, which is where we had data, they had increased to 100 slums, so 100 informal communities. And today, an estimated 70% of this population are living in informal settlements or slums. So when we talk about evolving organism, that evolution is taking place in places that are well outside of the sight of many of us. And it's a dangerous evolution because it is taking place in informal settlements, riven with poverty and with crime, and that is dangerous for the Lagos that we want. So what should be the appropriate response of the architecture profession to managing the challenge of inequality? That is a question that is begging for an answer. Okay, that is a question that is begging for an answer, and I hope before I finish, I will come back to that. The third challenge is managing the challenge of sustainability, the very existence of the city. So you know, I live in Abuja, I don't live in Lagos. So you know, so you live in Lagos, that the topography of this city is low-lying with coastal areas and high water tables, extremely vulnerable to the effects of climate change. So the city is exposed significantly to risks around flooding, flood flashes, and erosion. So one vivid example for those of you who have been in Lagos for a while is the loss of Alpha Beach. Okay, some of us visited Alpha Beach for many years of our lives as young people, but it no longer exists. Okay, over the last 10 years, communities have been wiped out, including urban flood-related illnesses, destruction of property, human fatality, and damage to people's means of living. this city is vulnerable to the effects of climate change. So again, how does architecture assist this evolving organism to respond to this challenge that is an essential threat to its very existence? That is the second question that is begging an answer. There's then the fourth challenge that you have to manage. Managing the challenge of demography. And I'm glad about the mix of the audience. By 2030, 70% of the population of Lagos State will be people who are under the age of 35. What an incredible youth bulge. This evolving organism is heavily pregnant with young people. This evolving organism is heavily pregnant with young people. These are people who have different aspirations. They have different tastes. They want to work differently. They want to live differently. It is futile to try for those of us 60-year-olds to try to straitjacket them into our own way of doing things, into our lifestyle. And in any case, we have not even earned the moral right to do that because our own way of doing things has not worked. How do we respond to a Lagos that has a different demography from what we've ever known it to be? That is a challenge for you as architects and in your design. So to these issues, there must be an appropriate response. There must be an appropriate response. So in closing, let me crave your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, to suggest a few areas where I think practically architecture, but more particularly the Nigerian Institute of Architects, can rise up to the challenge of nurturing this evolving organism and write its name in history. The first suggestion is Sorosuke. Sorosuke. As architects, you are well informed about what needs to be done to make the evolution of Lagos sustainable. You must speak up loudly and clearly in a coordinated way about policy that is heading in a wrong direction, or in fact, the absence of policy at all. The Institute should develop an informed and organized advocacy capability to draw government and public sector, including the private sector, to the unsustainability of the trajectory of the current evolution. So that's my first suggestion to you. You must, as architects, as an institute, develop an advocacy capability to speak to government on leveraging your knowledge, your training about the unsustainability of the current approach. Just to give you an example, we have a planning law that is as if urbanization never existed. What is that? But no one is talking about it. We have a planning law that is at variance with anything that anybody is doing, that seems to support the use of cars everywhere in a city that is so vulnerable to climate change. You need to talk. You need to talk. The second key suggestion is about thought leadership. Thought leadership. If we think everything should be left to the government or the private sector, we won't get very far. The institute should develop a formal structure for supporting its advocacy by offering new ideas and thoughts that contributing to action needed to manage the growth of Lagos. In that regard, I want to suggest the consideration of the committee, I don't know what to call them, of a broad-based Lagos Urban Forum, potentially in partnership with other built environment professionals and a number of NGOs who are doing small things on the margin that provides this body of knowledge and thoughts that we need to do things differently. Knowledge, this is the era of knowledge, and you have that in front of you. You just need to organize them. Let's have a Lagos Urban Forum that becomes a repository of knowledge and information about the direction in which our city must grow. For those who know me, I must put this in as one of your appropriate response. That's housing. Perhaps the land use class which most visibly impacts on the urban landscape and the efficiency of cities is the housing land use or residential land use. Given that a significant proportion of our population live, and up to 70% live in slums and informal settlement, the need for housing that is affordable to this segment of the population is a significant urban design issue. I have personally been astonished at the lack of participation by architects, even in Lagos, in this high impact space. So we have loads of large scale housing schemes that have the potential to change the face of our cities going on without any significant participation by architects. We have them. That's what I've done for the last 4 years. Without any significant participation from architects. I suggest for consideration again, as one of your appropriate responses, either as a standalone or part of the Urban Forum, a housing design group with responsibilities including developing design standards for housing development in Lagos, including typologies, urban design guides, with particular attention to high density living for young people and low cost housing for the significant segment of our population that are actually on low income. It should offer advisory services to developers. It should provide design support and advisory for slum upgrading and urban generation. It should develop sustainability guidelines that guide the design of houses, and it should promote good practice by housing design awards. Can we therefore be more optimistic about the urban transformation of Lagos as an evolving organism? I think that if we execute on some of these, and they are by no means exhaustive responses, there must be a response. And some of the models that have been shown to work, we can be optimistic about the future of this evolving organism. But if we think government will solve everything, or that cities should be left to the government or private sectors, or that cities should be only left to those who can afford to live there, we won't get very far. We are all in the same boat. And if we want to have a positive outcome, we must work together. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the team at NIA Lagos, Eko Onibajewu. I hope they still say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Architect Femi Adewale, FNIA, for that very brilliant presentation. I'm sure everybody must have heard about how we can use our architecture for overriding public interest to bring about cultural, social, and economic change. And I'm sure a lot of people here will have many questions for you from what you have just presented. But we will take those questions, we'll write them down and come back to you as the session progresses.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. You're all warmly welcome. Before we proceed, we would like to do some housekeeping. We have a lot of our members and friends and colleagues online who would like to recognize. Would like to recognize our AIA co-hosts for the event, and would like to recognize Architect Scott Gold. He's online, he's the president, AIA International. We would also like to recognize Architect Yemi Shola Adebi. She's the chapter chair for Abuja chapter. We would also like to warmly welcome every other person that is online and watching with us today. We would like to recognize and welcome Architect Victor Achime. He's the chair of Ikorodu branch. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him. And he's here with the vice chair, Architect Bolanho Kukoyi. You're welcome, sir. We would also like to recognize our teacher and Professor Olani Okedele. You're welcome, sir. We would also like to recognize warmly here with us today, the HOD of Caleb University, I believe that's Architect Fakolade. Is he here? He's the dean. Okay.
Professor Alegbe.
Professor Alegbe.
Yes.
Are you here, sir? Okay, you're warmly welcome, sir. Hopefully we'll see you later in the day.
Okay, so if there's anyone who has questions for Architect Femi Adewale, maybe you can signify. We'll take your questions, we'll note them down and come back to him. Any questions from the last presentation? Okay, we'll come back to that.
Okay, would also like everybody to know that based on even the conversations we've had yesterday and today and most likely tomorrow, the tour for this year would be to the National Theatre. I believe you all remembered Architect Adelaoye talking about it. So we'd all be going to visit the project. Would also like to let you guys know that we have our home hospitality night this evening. I mean, for us here as architects, it's not just seriousness and talks and play, but we would also like to socialize with everybody. So please, you're all warmly welcome. A bus will be ready here at your hotel by 5:30 p.m. to move everyone to Freedom Park. Or if you're not available here by then, you can also join us at Freedom Park. Thank you.
At this point, we are happy to have our keynote speaker, the President, Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, NIQS, the managing partner, Dwab Cost Prudence Company, QS Michael Olayemi Shonubi. You're welcome, sir. Yes, sir. No, let's. QS Michael Olayemi Shonubi, FNIQS, CC ARB, member, Institute of Directors, attended the Federal Government College of Odobolu in Ogun State. He graduated from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, with a BSc honors degree in quantity surveying. He was elected a corporate member of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors on 15 February 1994, and a fellow FNIQS in March 2015. He's a registered quantity surveyor with the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria. He is also a certified construction arbitrator. He was admitted into the prestigious Institute of Directors, Nigeria in March 2021. He started his professional career as a quantity surveyor with ACON Associates Limited in Ibadan in 1982. as a trainee, and on completion of the compulsory national service, was employed by the firm until February 1991, when he left to join LandQuest Limited, a property development company, as construction cost analyst. Due to his hard work, commitment, and dedication, he was promoted upon completion of the requisite probationary period as a project manager and head of projects unit in July 1991. He left LandQuest Limited in January 1995 and set up Allied Realty Services, a property development consultancy firm. He was invited to be a partner in Dwab Correspondence Company in February 1999 and has been the managing partner since then. His over 30-year career path cuts across a wide range of projects in infrastructure, residential, commercial, educational, industrial, agricultural, and religious buildings. Aside from traditional quantity surveillance services, he also offers project monitoring, due diligence consulting services for some financial institutions. His hobbies include music, discussing issues of professional and national importance, soccer, and athletics. Join me once again as we welcome QS Michael Ayemi Shonubi. Thank you very much, sir.
My brother and the chairman of NIA Lagos chapter, Architect David Majakodumi. I think the former honorary, I don't know whether she's still the one. Still, okay. Okunriboye, I'm sure I'm right, ma'am. Yes. Members of the National Executive Council of NIA here are present. So my brother here, Architect Larry Olushola, former secretary of the APBN. The other distinguished speakers, my brother, I used to forget that he's also an architect, Architect Femi Adewale, because when I ran into him, he was more as the MD of Family Home Funds, which is more of finance than talking about core architecture and design. Well, distinguished academics here present, Professor Okedele, Professor Legbe, unfortunately, I don't know him. Distinguished colleagues, it's actually an honor and a privilege to stand here before this distinguished and highly esteemed crowd to talk about the Lagos as an evolving organism. Last year I was here and it was quite interesting when Mr. Badejo Ogunsanya made his own presentation on your thoughts about Lagos. And what was interesting about that, because if you link that now with this evolution, there's something that strikes you right in the heart. And that's the fact that over the years, there are certain areas, because if you talk about Broad Street, Lagos Central, the traffic, the noise, the congestion had always been there. But when you talk about places like Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Ikeja, GRA, they are not what we have now. So when you talk about an organism that is evolving, you want to believe it truly evolve into something better than it was originally. But for Lagos, it seems as if the reverse is the case. Anybody who's going to live in Ikeja GRA now will not believe what Ikeja GRA was some 20, 30 years ago. Same with Ikoyi. I recall in 1991, when I was in LandQuest, we were thinking about developing a 32-story structure on Martin Street, opposite the Bristol Hotel, because then the thought was that we're talking about the resurgence of this core Lagos, the commercial area of Lagos. Because then most of the banks then were moving their offices to VI. And we thought they would come back if we're able to carry out that, but it never happened. And I think for me, that is the major point, a sticky point for us as professionals in the built environment. What has been our contribution? And so basically, my speech will be talking about that with the background of the recent building collapse in Banana Island. After the one of Gerard Road last year and the setting up of a panel by Lagos State government, we thought that would be the end. But sadly enough, that of Banana Island took place. And one interesting thing that struck me was the fact that a lot of people in their own reaction were like, Banana Island of all places? And I wonder, if not Banana Island, where else? Are they, the people there, are they different from those who live in Ebute Metta or Ajegunle, where buildings collapse at will? No. What could have led to the collapse? And for me, you know, something struck me, and it's like there's a pattern that is gradually evolving. And incidentally, I also linked that pattern to what Architect Femi Adewale talked about when he said, in most of the housing units, they were developed. There were no architectural footprint. And I was wondering, could you have had a building that was built without an architectural design? No. The pattern that is evolving is that we have a situation where property developers, because of not wanting to pay professional fees to experienced professional, will engage young, inexperienced professionals. And for me, I think the earlier we, particularly the older ones, will start creating mentorship program. And this applies to all the professions. So that the basic core principle we have to teach has to be ethics and code of conduct. You don't take on a job that you don't have both the technical ability to handle. The first core projects also led to that. A situation where a developer or a client would dictate to the professional who is supposed to advise him. For me, I think it's the gross height of unethical practice, and which unfortunately, most of us, when I say most of us, the older ones, we have not been able, even though those are the things that we were taught when we entered the various professions. And having said that, that leads me to, why are things like this happening? Is it because the professions in the built environment are not united? Is it because there is no collaboration? In other parts of the world, even in UK, where most of us copied training and practice from, you have Construction Industry Council. You have Construction Industry Development Boards. And what are the functions of all these councils and boards? Basically, to craft policies that will guide and regulate the entire construction process. But do we have such here in Nigeria? Do we? And why don't we? Because for every panel that is set up, when each of us get there, rather than for us to look at our common problems, that is the fact that we are being stifled out of existence by either the developers or the clients. We are busy fighting one another over who should head the party, rather than what is our common problem. Is the government allowing Nigerian professionals to thrive through their policies? For me, I think this should have been what such bodies should take. Unfortunately, we have a body called the Council for Works. Council for Works is the one that designs policies for construction in Nigeria. Who are the members of the Council of Works? The Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Works, the directors in the Federal Ministry of Works, commissioners, for Works in the States, Permanent Secretary for Works in the States, directors, and all the agencies, heads of agencies under Federal Ministry of Works. But the actual practitioners, most of us sitting here, we are not part of it. The people who actually should feel the pinch, for instance, when the building in Banana collapsed just after the Ikoyi, for those who have friends or who attend international conferences and relate with people from outside this country, I'm sure you'll have gotten calls that will be asking you, are you people really serious in Nigeria? Do you have serious practitioners in Nigeria? What is happening in Nigeria? And then I asked, that also leads me to another question in my head. Most of us complain that we have foreign incursions, foreigners, expatriates that are taking over our jobs. Why not? Nestle wants to build a factory in Nigeria. Do you think they will be comfortable engaging Nigerian professionals with what is happening? I don't think so. So we need to put our house in order. And the only way we can do that is by coming together, by collaborating. If we choose to go alone, I'm not sure we will succeed. But if we can all come together, let's look at what others are doing. Let's see how we can get government to listen to us. In saying this, I know for a fact there's a body called Nigerian Economics Society Group, NESG. On an annual basis, they come together and discuss policies, economic policies that will aid the economy of this country, and government listens to them. You have Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You put by only private practitioners, private investors, not government employees, and government listen to them. Why can't we also do the same? Get architects, quantity surveyors, town planners, structural engineers, construction companies, suppliers, manufacturers. Like I have once said in one of the sessions organized by family-owned funds and the IFC, we're talking about creating employment. We're talking about affordable housing. How can we have affordable housing? If we can get government to sit down and say, look, how do you encourage local production of the materials rather than imports? If we can encourage local production, one, we will have created employment for some people. Two, we will have reduced the demand on our foreign exchange by importers of these materials. And so whichever way you look at it is a win-win for the country. And if we are able to produce locally, of course, the price will come down. Right now, there's a global inflation. So any imported material that is coming in right now will be coming in with imported inflation. But if the material is produced here, local material, even though I know the major challenge we still have has to do with power, because there's no way you can manufacture without power. And that still rests with the government. But like I said, if we all come together, we can put together a working document that we can take to government and sit government down and say, look, you need to take a look at this industry. Every now and then, the Minister for Works, we always say, construction is an economy expander, that for every site you set up, you have so many other dependables. One, you have the woman that will set up a catering outfit to service those boys that are working on the site. You have somebody who will sell bread to them and all of that. Okay, if you see that construction is able to generate that multiplier effect, why are you not paying attention to the construction industry? And I think that's the question all of us here we need to sit down and look at. For the young ones, just like I have said, my advice is this: you need to look for the right mentors. You do not take on any job that is well above your technical capacity. so that we can begin to avoid, like I said, because if you look at what happened in the first core development and what happened in Banana, the two of them are the same. And when I listen to what Femi Adewale just said now, obviously there is a pattern that is evolving, which we have to nip in the bud for the protection of all of us. Like they always say, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Nobody is interested in knowing whether the person is experienced. What they know is that the project or the collapse structure was supervised by a professional, be it an architect or structural engineer. But if you don't take your time to learn the ropes and you rather want to jump into the fray, the danger is what just happened. There is a technology that just came out that maybe not too many people are well versed in it. And then somebody took maybe a design from his office and they copied it. And lo and behold, they were caught up with what happened. So coming to the issue of these youngsters and on the unity of those of us in the industry, there's an example I also use. If you take a bunch of broom and you try to break, it will not break. It will bend, but it won't break. But take one broomstick out of the bunch, it snaps, and that's it. And for me, that reinforces what I say about the unity. And on that unity also, I thought I would see more of the elders of the profession here, because there is something that has been worrying me. I think sometime last year when they had the reconciliation meeting in Abuja, I was part of that reconciliation meeting. Well, I delivered a goodwill message. And one thing I said, I feel sad that the architecture profession in Nigeria is not united. And because of that lack of unity, a lot of the young ones are suffering. I'm not proud to say this, but I will say something that really hurt me. Around the 2nd of February this year, while I was in Abuja, I was going to see somebody, and the Uber driver that I hailed, in the course of our conversation, I found out that the young man finished from Abia State University. But he could not be registered because of the problem, the impasse that you have at ACON. And you can imagine a graduate of architecture in Nigeria driving Uber. I felt so bad within me. In fact, this particular story, when I mentioned it to architect Mrs. Suswan in Abuja, she also said, but I think it's about time the elders in the profession have to intervene. Architect Femi Adewale always said something. And for those of us that have been involved in, well, who have seen what happened in the last election, the young ones we have in Nigeria today, they believe in disrupting the system. They don't believe in following the normal paths. We, the older ones, we were taught to be patient. They don't have that patience. And it will be sad, and I mean it, it will be sad, that if another third force can come out from NIA to disrupt the entire process. So I want to use this medium to appeal to all the elders that are here. Please try and do something before it's too late. And I know why I'm saying this. In 2008, the Nigerian Quantity Surveyors too had issues. But to the glory of God, one of you, Architect Tai Babalakin, was the person God used to solve our problems. And I will also want to appeal to all of you to find a way to reach out. Let each side sheath their sword for the benefit of these young ones who are coming and for the benefit of the profession. And in particular, for the benefit of the construction industry in Nigeria. Because it's only when you have a united body that you can come to that collaborative forum I was talking about, and we can all talk with one voice to government about policies that the government need to implement that will be to the benefit of all of us that are here. On this note, I hope I've not taken too much of your time. I want to thank you for this opportunity you have given me to speak. And I wish all of you a wonderful time and a happy Easter time. God bless you.
A round of applause for our speaker once again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for touching various points, especially the ones that hit us hard very much as a family of architecture today. And we sincerely hope that the impasse and the imbroglio can be brought to a halt and make progress very, very soon. Without much ado, we recognize the presence of Architect Charles Majoro, past president, Nigerian Institute of Architects, past president, AUA, Architects, African Union of Architects, sorry. Recognize from Caleb University, Professor Dare Abel. Thank you very much for placing this occasion. So we will take a goodwill message from Lamata. Are they here now? Okay, we'll postpone that. Are there any questions for? Okay. Okay. We'll take a goodwill message from the International Union of Architects, the treasurer, from Actor Lanre Olushola. Yes, sir. A round of applause for Actor Lanre Olushola, FNIA.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to get the page where the message is written. I found it. It's on the 40th page of the program for this event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The goodwill message from the Vice President, Region 5 of the International Union of Architects, Architect Tokunbo Omisore, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, would have loved to be here. He's presently in Canada, receiving an award bestowed on him as an honorary fellow of the Royal Institute of Architecture in Canada. So I'll read this message on his behalf, not because I am fit to read the message, but because it has been bestowed upon me by the organizers of this great event. On behalf of the International Union of Architects, the UIA Council, a world body of architects comprising of 115 member sections, inaugurated 75 years ago on the 28th of June, 1948, to unite the architects of the world through a federation of their national organizations, most especially our region, the African continent, I congratulate the NIA Lagos State chapter for another edition of this yearly event. This year's LAF 14.0 promises to highlight the architectural values, image, and culture of Lagos, its urban development and regeneration, comparing the identity of Lagos to future global cities in the light of present-day realities. It is pertinent to share how NIA through LAF will partner for a better change with the Lagos State government and others to ensure the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and the achievement of these goals. Our future students of architecture should henceforth participate actively and use the LAF yearly event to promote a local or preferably an international students competition on the use of local materials to ensure affordable developments, most especially housing for sustainability that will involve our young architects to push the boundaries of what is possible while also maintaining commitment to sustainable design principles. We need to encourage our students and young architects to support and promote indigenous knowledge and traditional technologies. Should these requests be pursued, the UIA Region 5 will provide advisory support. It will indeed be of great value to the region and beyond to see how Nigerian architects and others through Lagos Architects Forum embraces new technologies and materials within the sustainability parameters. Today's world is faced with climatic challenges, disasters, and conflicts that erode the comfort of communities and subjecting most to abject poverty. What are we doing as architects? Once again, I congratulate the Nigerian Institute of Architects, a valued member section of the International Union of Architects, UIA, on your foremost state chapter's achievements and ongoing contributions to the global architectural community. Please enjoy the sessions. Signed by Tokunbo Omishore, RIBA, FNIA, honorary member of the AIA and honorary fellow of the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, the UIA Vice President, Region 5, trustee and past president of the Africa Union of Architects. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Fellow architects, another round of applause for architect Tokunbo Omishore. Actually, is meant to be here, but as we're having this event now, he's being awarded honorary fellow of the Royal Canadian Institute of Architects. Is going on at the moment. So that's why you cannot find him here. A round of applause for him. And as the Yoruba will say, we give honor and respect to our elder. The most senior architect in our forum today, in this forum today, is not one and only architect, Charles Majoro. I don't want to leave it to the MC to do the introduction. He's coming, I'm his chairman. He's also a member of Delta State Chapter. But where I get power, I'll use. Not only that, he's a mentor to so many of us, and we appreciate him a lot. And according to our keynote speaker, he said, yes, elders. As he was speaking about the elders, Architect Majoro was walking in as God just wanted. But as you know, Architect Majoro, not being a past president of NIA, he's been a registrar, the longest serving registrar of ACON, and he's not happy with what is going on now. Not only that, a past president of African Union of Architects, currently the trustee of African Union of Architects, and has been, I think, a past president of CAA. May I call on you, sir, to give us a goodwill message, because we cannot have the elder in our midst and not to give that respect. And we know all the challenges we are facing. I know I'm one of your foot soldiers. I don't care what anybody says. You know, send me work, but I'm following your footsteps because you are one of the foremost elders that we have that doesn't put things under his tongue. So, sir, may I invite you to give us a goodwill message. Round of applause for him, please. Please be upstanding, please.
Please. Don't embarrass me, because I'm old in age but very young at heart. When it comes to architectural activism for the NIA, they say Majoro does not give a damn. That's always been me. But there's no way that the Nigerian Institute of Architects Lagos State chapter would do something and I wouldn't come. I couldn't come yesterday for other reasons. And today, in fact, I was at the embassy trying to sort out my travel arrangements, but I said, look, I must drop in here to share some time with my colleagues. So, Mr. Chairman and the organizers of LAF, which number is this one now? 14. Congratulations. We don't have as many exhibitors as usual, but I understand the economy has been a mess. But that you are still able to carry on is a statement of your strength and courage. Please give yourselves a round of applause. But there's no way I can stand in front of you and not talk about the struggles of the NIA. And I've been deceiving myself, but I don't make that the focus of my small talk with all of you. The NIA, if care is not taken, is being destroyed from inside by people who should be actually furthering the cause of the NIA. People who have gained fame, who have gained positions in life through the NIA, haven't climbed the ladder, are busy, constantly, continuously trying to remove the ladder so that the younger ones may not be able to reach where they're supposed to reach. Can you imagine that for 7 years, we have not had a formal exam of the NIPPE? This is the only professional exam body on earth and in Nigeria where you don't have an avenue for the entrance of younger ones into it, and you are happy, and you are comfortable, and you go to court. Some are even saying that the NIA that they joined is not the NIA that is now. It therefore means you don't have a membership of anywhere. And you pride yourself as being fellows of this NIA. Meanwhile, you do not support the NIA. People who were Secretary General of the NIA go to the minister and write against the NIA. Is that not witchcraft? I can't understand it. These are people who were in the trenches with, in the greatest struggles of the NIA when we're moving from pillar to post, and NIA was feared, respected, and adopted by other professional bodies. If you said NIA, everybody stood up with fear. If an NIA wrote to any architect for supplanting another, immediately they will settle and pay the man who's been supplanted. If NIA called you for disciplinary issues, you were respected. If you're having a problem with a client and NIA wrote a letter for you, be sure the problem was solved. But now, we've reached a state of infanticide, internal hemorrhage, and complete internal destruction of what is going on. I've tried to fathom what the problem is. And what I have, or what I can see, maybe it's correct, maybe it's wrong, it's just a question of money or a lust for power. So there can only be two things. You've had the power, you don't want to leave it, leave that power. But you must pass it to the next person. And because you were gaining something irregularly from it, you want to continue doing that. So those were the two things which are happening. And I've written that in right and told them, but it's got to stop. Look at the faces of the young ones who are suffering. Look at their faces. Look at the face of the architects who can't even get promoted in the ministries because they can't get ICON stamp. People who join the ministry and their colleagues in quantity surveying, engineering, have taken 3 or 4 steps ahead of them, they can't get promoted because they're not registered by ICON. How can you sit down and sleep in your bed if that is happening to your colleagues? What kind of person are you? What kind of wickedness is that? And when I say, they say, oh, you are too hard. But sorry, I don't have to say, I don't have to be part, I don't have to say anything. I've made my own day. I've done my own thing. I can sit back and retire and not be interested. But how will I be comfortable after Usimaju is comfortable that my own colleagues are suffering and I'm wallowing in my luxury and okay? I can't be. Because we had people who were elders when we were there, who drove all the way to Zaria to ensure that we removed ourselves from RIBA. Accidents that they had, who struggled for us. And they gave us lectures in that lecture theater near the geography department and told us what the struggle was all about. And that they had to remove ourselves from RIBA because they wanted to improve on the Nigerian Institute of Architects, and we supported them. So what happened to that spirit? What happened to that spirit that we imbibed and were infected with and came out fighting when we left school? What happened? And now some people come together and then they form a body which they call Anchor. What the hell is that? Said Association of Nigerian Chartered Architects. What's the, I don't want to use the right word. It's an F word, but I can't use it. What do you mean by that? And now you are the ones now who are now taking NIA to court. If you want to form your own, fashion, but then leave the NIA and feather your own nest as Anchor. You want to remain NIA and get another body and use your internal contact inside NIA to destroy it. Why? You now go to court and say that NIA should not be in ACON. We formed ACON, for God's sake, in 1969. And the law, we didn't have ACON before. It was the NIA that fought through Mr. Williams, who was permanent secretary minister of works at that time in race course, that wanted to have ACON. Our elders fought for it. And they insisted that 4 of the members must be members of the NIA. And you cannot have a meeting of ACON without at least 1 member, the president NIA, being present in that meeting. Any other meeting you hold is null and void. They now say that that NIA thing should be removed, that they themselves should now replace NIA in ACON. What is going on? And they said nothing. They put it in writing and go to court with it. And they struggle with ACON to ensure that NIA does not participate in ACON, and that not only that, the NIA should no longer even have exams. And then you now have ACON, which actually has been dissolved, and there are only 4 members. I'm told that there are 3, and they're acting as though ACON actually exists. In fact, there are 2 people, in essence, and they are not calling themselves ACON. And they now use these anchor boys or girls or both to now do their professional exams for them. But the law says in ACON that if you want to set up a body, a small council, a committee, 3/4 or 2/3 of those members must be statutory ACON members. 2/3 of 2 or 3 or 4 is what? Maybe 3. So can they, meanwhile, they are going around to universities doing accreditation with members who are supposed to be, NI is not part of the accreditation, it's all part of ACON committees. Just destroying everything that we fought for. Now I want to ask them, if you know any of them, because they work under the shadows, ask them, what do they gain from all of this? What they lose if AI continues to function the way it was functioning? If they were not happy with one personal president or whatever, whoever it is, you know, a monkey come, monkey go. NI is a revolving body. You can only be president 2 years. So why must you destroy it because you had a problem with one president? What kind of childishness is that? I get very worked up with this matter. It doesn't affect me personally, but it's affecting me personally. And sometimes, well, I'm very personal about this matter. And because of that, your whole profession, whatever you stand for, is being destroyed. We're just wasting our time. The architect in Nigeria is finished. Yes, we are finishing ourselves because they no longer have respect for you. Buildings are collapsing. You can't even talk, but you don't have anybody to talk. Because if you want to talk, you need to talk with the power of ACON with you. You don't have ACON. So people are dying, properties are being destroyed, and our profession is daily losing relevance. In fact, sometimes I don't want to be called architect. Because what's architect? Your architect, how many people have you killed? Most of them who are even killing all of these innocent people are not even registered with ANCA, DANCA, CANCA, or whatever they call themselves. It's a serious matter. As I stand before you, I'm 77 years old. I graduated my first degree was in 1970 or so. So I mean, I'm old. Not very old. But I'm pained by what is happening and what they are doing to you people. There's practically no future for all of you. And all of you are sitting down there, and then you're not doing anything about it. In my time, we would not have agreed. When I was your age, we would not have agreed. We'll have signed letters published in papers against them. But they won't do anything. The elders will do it. Which elders? How many are we? How many past presidents are even surviving, are standing now? I belong to a very delicate class of people. How many of us are alive? Have I talked too much? I didn't have a speech, I'm just talking. So in any case, we're so distracted by this internal hemorrhage that a lot of people are taking off your jobs as architects. Other professional bodies are expanding their role in the industry to take the juiciest part of your work because we are fighting. They are taking the juice out of what we call architecture. And you cannot sit down and say the elders should. No, we can't do it. What's my stake? I don't finish now. You should make your own future yourselves. Fola Alade, Lai Balogun, and all of that. You came to Zaria to talk to us in 1967, 68, and gave us the marching order, and we fought. We fought the lecturers, we fought everybody to ensure that stop this inter-RIBA. We want, NIA exams. What have people done? People are so afraid. I've not seen a generation of actors who are so afraid of their shadows. They frighten you and say, somebody can tell you, they're killing your profession, and it's my head. What kind of elder is that? You will need to stand. You need to have a revolution of the young ones against the stupid elders who are destroying your profession, destroying your future. If you are not able to, I'm sorry, Majoro cannot help you. Give me a round of applause now, Joe. On a much more technical note, we also have a big problem going on in architecture now. First, it was a joke. We call it CAD, computer-aided design. And we do our drawing boards, which I love very much. My set square, my T square, my, very beautiful things, and my ink. And then my blade and my Irukere, we used to, those one left, we thought it was a joke. I did my thesis, in ink, pencil and ink, with 73 drawings, the biggest thesis ever in ABU, and 14 models, nice. But today, there was CAD, and these architects now go to internet, they download, and mostly what you are doing, you're not really designing, you are editors. You are good editors of what Apple have designed. But that's not even the end. It's even getting worse. We now have ChatGPT, where even if you edit, nobody will even know if you edited. So we have a crisis of creativity. I'm sorry for you people, though. Nobody creates anymore, and you can't even detect the ole inside, They can't even stay in the studio anymore, because by the time they spend a few hours in the studio, then they download it, and then ChatGPT. There's going to be artificial intelligence has taken over. We have to be very careful. I think it's something we should be discussing, but we're so preoccupied with this very Anchor, Danka, and all those things. We're not even discussing such crucial issues that impinge directly on the source, the survival of profession. The key issue that we should be one step ahead of, we're about 3 or 4 steps behind. What are we doing to ensure that the creative element that goes into architecture does not die because of the inventions in artificial intelligence and the social, the computer age? I don't know if anybody knows what it's a problem. So I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I want to encourage you. I know that the future is going to be bright. The NI has resorted to prayers now. It's not a joking matter. We have gone to the Spirit of God to help us. I think we had the last prayer last month where every chapter was asked to pray, because it don't pass, Gary, And we feel that if they gave 7 hours for everybody to pray, and they said against the enemies of the NIA. But I think what was wrong with that, we should have insisted on the exact hour where you play either a Muslim, a Christian, or whatever. At that hour, all of us should be in prayer. I think the power of prayer has to be called upon. Just as going around Jericho brought the walls down after going 7 times, I'm sure if we pray seriously against these people, these internal enemies, something may happen, because the courts are not doing anything. The minister is in a wall. I think prayer will work. It was my suggestion. So at the last council meeting, they agreed that they're going to pray a certain time, but I'm serious about it. But they said it became so flat and watered down, because they said everybody could pray within 7 hours. What kind of prayer is that? Even if in church or even in the mosque, you pray at a specific time. I've told the president that we should say, okay, between 10:30 and 10 for 5 hours, everybody, where you are, kneel down and pray to your God in whatever way you serve him against the enemies of NIA. I'm telling you that if we do 7 times, the walls of Jericho will fall. Thank you very much.
Very much, Architect Majoro. You've had it all.
And it doesn't end there. Like I said earlier, yes, God help those who help themselves. Yesterday, we had a good session, and Falana has invited us to come and sign an MOU. Pro bono service. We prosecute the government and we prosecute those who doesn't want us to exist. And I'm glad you are all here. We are not hiding anything. And that's what NIA Lagos State chapter stands for. We cannot see our young ones. It's very sad. So our keynote speaker, your point is taken, and I can assure you, because by God's grace, if not tomorrow, latest Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to sign the MOU with Falana. And we take it from there. Every legal means, every human activist has to get involved now. It's said we must make sure in all the MDAs we have an architect. So that's part of the follow-up. For the building collapse, we must bring to book whoever is involved must be punished. Please, can you be upstanding for Acte Majoro because it has to be somewhere? Thank you very much, sir. So please, don't be discouraged. Can you also imagine our young speakers coming, that spoke yesterday, coming to speak today? You're saying you cannot use the prefix architect when you've kept them in a limbo for 7 years. These are master's holders, even PhD holders. They are associate member, they are provisional one registered ACON. You can imagine, it was such a shame. Falana was here yesterday quoting our ACON Act to us. But when it suits them, when it doesn't suit them, but thank God, the minister has stopped all activities by ACON as of today. Why? This is by June 12 will be the 3rd year that the ACON Council has not been inaugurated. All because of what? An injunction filed by Anchor. Everybody has said it all. But please, the young ones, most especially my colleagues in the MDAs, even in the academia, don't feel discouraged. We're almost near to the river, light at the end of the tunnel. So you can see, it's not that we're sitting down, we're not doing anything. If you know what the likes of Architect Majoro, myself, Didi Ololade, can you be upstanding? We are the revolutionaries in the council. The first VP is here, the chairman, you see the way we talk. And by God's grace, we'll get to the end of the tunnel and you shall see. So the MC, can you be back here so that we continue? And we quickly have the question time between the last 2 speakers because Architect Femi Adewole has to return to Abuja within the next 2 hours. Thank you.
Okay, so now, as indicated by the chairman, I will hand over to the chairman of sessions, Architect Abiola Fayemi and Architect Larry Olushola, to moderate the questions and answer sessions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our keynote speaker, Mr. Michael Shonubi, and Mr. Femi Adewole for your insightful speeches. Mr. Adewole talked about how Lagos is evolving, and a couple of points that I noted. You said cities with pervasive inequalities are not sustainable. I agree with you. You also said that the square area in Lagos is limited, apart from the reclaimed Atlantic City. I agree with you. You also said 70% of where we inhabit are informal settlements or slums. I'd like to believe that is the greater Lagos area. And so my question is, I'm opening the floor with a question, is since Lagos is limited and it appears there's very little we can do with Lagos, the land belongs to either families who have been around for years or the state. Maybe we should begin to look at the greater Lagos, look at urban renewal, maybe look at Ogun State, which is our next door neighbor, and look for where we actually have land to be able to intervene in a sustainable manner. But then I then ask again, we need infrastructure for this to work. And it appears that the influx into Lagos, greater Lagos, is moving much faster than our infrastructure can catch up. So how do we bridge, or how do we address this issue? I also feel that government probably would be the one to provide the land, the enabling environment for us as professionals to even be able to intervene and proffer certain solutions to this problem, which has come to stay with us, deficit in housing. So I'll start with that. I have a couple other questions.
Okay, thank you. I hope I can sit down to take it. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for those questions. I think they are legitimate, but let me address them in this way and against this context. I think one of the key challenges that we have as Nigeria is a disinformation about our true realities, that our government and our nation is technically broke and insolvent. A couple of days ago, Governor Obaseki, who is probably the most financially literate of our leadership, said he's not sure whether government can pay salaries in November. He's not lying. If you have in your personal finances that 97% of your income is going off to pay debt, you know that you are in a spiral. Therefore, whatever solutions that we're looking at addressing needs to take account of our financial realities. So in terms of addressing the growth in Lagos, urban extensions and the creations of new towns and the infrastructures that support them and connect cities are legitimate options, but they cost huge amounts of money that we are not likely to have for the next decade. The best that any administration can do is to repair damages over the next 5 years before we even begin to come up for air again. This is our reality. Therefore, whatever solutions we need to look at has to be the most fiscally efficient solutions. And I think that looking at our planning and our urban design framework, increasing density in built-up areas where there is already infrastructure is a legitimate and appropriate approach for where we be. I think that urban extensions have their place, and I think we will eventually have to do that. But what we have is Lagos compared to most capital cities, even in Africa. So Lagos, for example, has less than 40% of the density of Nairobi metropolis, and certainly incomparable with Cairo, for example. So we still have a lot to do with the infrastructured and service land that we have. We must move away from the very low density approach to development that we currently have, which has come for us from the 60s. There must be a big step change in our thinking. So that will first be my response to that. That currently an approach to urban extension is useful, but it's not fiscally possible. It would basically just be an idea on paper, certainly for the government and the provision of infrastructure connecting it. Now, I think you raised the issue about housing and government. Government will always have a role in providing housing for the vast majority of Nigerians, and in this context, Lagosians who are on very low income. But that needs to happen in partnership with the private sector. And perhaps the biggest impact that governments can make is to create the enabling environment that allows private capital to flow. Again, taking account of the fact that government does not have money currently. What we did with our money is another story, but that is our reality today. The bank is empty. The bank is empty. We are borrowing to meet our day-to-day activities as government. That will be my response. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Femi Adewole. And while you were speaking, my mind was boggled by many thoughts of how do we get out of this rut. You talked about the impossibility of infrastructure development to be put in place because government is broke. And one begins to wonder, just this year, there was this spate of campaigns and promises by our government officials. I also dare to say, at a forum like this, I've been participating in this forum, this particular forum, for close to 10 years. And you hardly see government presence at events like this, which is the place where government can make known to the people, because
Poverty of ideas in government. I can tell you that. Significant poverty. How we got there, I do not know. And I'm hoping that NIA can rise above all these, subsistent issues and be what I think it has the opportunity to be, at least in the space of creating an environment that speaks to where we want to be as a people. Now, with regards to Winston Churchill, he was saying, look, we make our environment and our environment makes us. It was basically in terms of the physical environment reflecting something that psychologists have known for years. So Kang, the philosopher, says, every human being is a product of their environment. So the guy who has spent his life in prison almost inevitably is going to come out very hardened. The guy who has grown up in the slum where there is no law and order and therefore has grown up to know how to protect himself with a knife in his pocket and all of that, when you move him into a space, he's going to come there hardened. So when we make our environment to be hard, our environment comes back to make us. And for me, that is powerful because all at the roots of our national deterioration is a deterioration of values, is a deterioration of morality, because we're also creating an environment that is inequitable. So we have all become every man for himself, God for every man, or I for myself, or what do they say? It is about me, me, and me. So when I get to the government, I grab what I can. Actor Major said, all these people, old people, wanting to grab hold of the institute and exams, regardless of what happens to the young people, they're only acting to what the environment has made them. Their insecurity, the need still to have power when they should exit the stage. That is the significance of Winston Churchill's statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ajewole. With just a few minutes to spare, you talked about Sorosoke, and I think that is the language of the young ones who make up 70%. And talk of advocacy. Interestingly, I think this is coming up more frequently in a lot of fora. People are talking more about advocacy. We're even talking about revolution. I was happy to hear that Mr. Falana is offering his services pro bono, because I think, and I'm very conservative, but I'm at that stage where I think we should carry placards to the government office. And enough of patronage, enough of, they're insulting our intelligence. I mean, the sort of explanations that are given on account of the collapses, they are not tenable, they are not acceptable, they're an insult to our intelligence. And so please count me in. Anytime we're going to fight, I'm ready to put on my boots and my hands to the trenches. Also, our culture. I think you didn't talk much about our culture. And I think we're at that, I think we need to begin to go back to our culture. Interestingly, a lot of the education I think I got, and I think I speak for a number of us, centered around culture. The Italians who taught us, educated us about our culture, were telling us, go back to your culture, let it inform your design. That way, you are doing something that is socially responsible, socially relevant, wherever you are offering that proposal. On that note, thank you. There's so many things I probably would engage you off this forum. Thank you, Mr. Shonubi. I think our time is up.
Very much.
Thank you very much, Mel. It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. We would like to honor our speakers that have graced us with their presence this morning. And we would like to, first of all, invite Architect Sani Saulawa, FNIA, Second Vice President. Is he? Okay, we'll take it. We'll take the other awards first. We'd like to invite Professor Evelyn to please present our award to Architect Femi Adewale. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. Is it? It's still morning. It's afternoon. Okay. It's my pleasure to make this presentation on behalf of the Lagos Architects Forum 14.0 Awards. And it's going to our speakers, and we're going to start by presenting this award. And I'm going to read. It's a LAF 14.0 Awards, Speakers Appreciation Award. This award is presented to Architect Femi Adewale, and it's by the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, in recognition and appreciation of your contributions as speaker at the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, May 2023. Thank you very much. It was an insightful presentation, and congratulations. Thank you. You want to say something? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. We'd like to bring up Architect David Majakodumi to give the award to QS Shonubi. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, my dear Egbo. This award is actually meant to be done by Architect Saulawa, who is the most senior national executive member here, but I think he's just gone to the restroom, and I have to do this on his behalf. Now, as our keynote speaker today for LAF 14.0, the NIA Lagos State Chapter, in recognition and appreciation of your contribution as the keynote speaker, we hereby present you this plaque in honor. and for your contribution to this year's laugh, and for many laugh that we've had in the past, because you were here last year, you were here 2 years ago, and we've always been partners in progress. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No, take it. Come on.
Thank you very much, sir. We would like to recognize the presence of some distinguished guests in the house. Architect Florence Dikwe, former Permanent Secretary of Physical Planning, the former Akon Council Representative of Lagos. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. We also recognize Architect Dr. Nezi Uduma Olugu, the immediate past Head of Department of Architecture, University of Lagos. Thank you very much, Madam, for your presence. At this point, we have a product presentation by Fincrete Global. Fincrete Global, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Good afternoon to the chairman. Good afternoon to you architects. Good afternoon to the students seated. My name is Anyonwenu Kadijat Abiola. So I'm here on behalf of Fincrete Global Company Limited, and I also serve as the country manager for Velocis brand for the Nigerian territory. We actually came here to implore architects because we need you. We are manufacturers and we've been doing this for some years now, and we realize that we need the influence of professionals to really help us in achieving our objective for the Nigerian territory. Velocis is a company that it was bettered on the principle of bringing distance closer. And that has been the reason for our expansion. We have presence in the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Netherlands, Egypt, Sudan, Cameroon, and of course, the giant of Africa, Nigeria. We bring distance closer because we want to create a campaign showing the awareness for the need of adequate quality control measures when it comes to the protective systems that we are engaging on our construction projects. As a country manager for Velocis, I'm required to always make myself available annually at the German headquarters to participate in a continuous research and development, because we know that we cannot stick to the status quo. We have to keep improving on technology, look at various advancements. And because of this event, representatives from various regions, we brainstorm, we talk about the challenges that most of us are facing in our various regions. I speak on behalf of Nigeria when it comes to areas such as basement construction, areas such as suspended swimming pool, green roof, roof slabs, high performance flooring. We're looking at systems that can cater to extreme and highly demanding concrete challenges. Looking at this diagram shows a summary of what we do: industrial flooring, basement waterproofing, swimming pool waterproofing, under tile waterproofing, concrete repairs and strengthening systems. This is an overview of some of our products. I can't go over the entire product range because of time. We have the Velocis CA112. This is a product that is used as a permanent waterproofing admixture in your concrete for below grade structures. We all know that in Lagos, we have a very limited land mass, at least the metropolis where everybody want to construct in. So we are trying to maximize the use of our land. And most times we are erecting high-rise structures, which will have the need for car park. It will have a need for reservoirs. And because of this, we need to go below grade of your structure where you have very high levels of hydrostatic pressure of water. So how do we ensure that these structures we're doing below grade are watertight? What protective systems are we putting in place? That's Velocity CA112. Moving on, we have the WP124. A lot of our designs now, we're having suspended swimming pools on 12th floor, 13th floor of our high-rise buildings. I want to ensure that it is watertight such that it doesn't leak into the apartments below. We have protective systems which we recommend to our consultants in this regard. Moving on, we have the Velocity PU452. This is a membrane that is so unique. There are various membranes that are locally available in the Nigerian market. But what makes this unique in relation to what Velocity does, which is creating solutions that provide like a rugged resistance to environmental factors, like the high weather climate that we have in Nigeria, resistance to weathering, crack bridging, long-term performance. These are factors that we consider when we need to adopt protective systems for our large slabs. Velocity PU452 is such system that is a combination of 3 different products. First, we take an assessment of your substrate. We check that it is properly sloped to the drains. We check that there's no honeycombs or cracks on your substrate. If that is in place, we ensure that we do what we call the concrete restoration. After doing that, then we bring in this system, which is the base. That's the first step of the system. We have the reinforcement. This reinforcement you're looking at, there's a sample of it. There's a feature called elongation property when it comes to membrane, which is very important. Most locally available membranes have just an elongation between 100 to 200%. It means they cannot stretch further than 2 times of itself. And what happens when the heat is quite harsh? What happens is that it expands the membrane, and when there's a cold weather, it contracts back into position. So when your membrane does not have a high percentage of elongation, what happens is that it starts to crack. It starts to delaminate from the substrate. So Velocity PU452 provides the property of 750% elongation. So it means when the locally membranes are started to lose their capacity at 200% elongation, you still have 750% elongation when you adopt the use of Velocity PU452. So this now, when you have large slabs going to about 10,000 square meters, you do not have the problem of having to lay sheets over the other. It comes as a liquid applied membrane and solidifies to take the shape of the entire space which the material is being applied. Moving on, we have the WP100. This is replacement for the traditional, should I say, bitumen felt or the polythene sheets, which with technological advancement, we found out that it is degradable. But this cementitious material, from the name cementitious, has the same components as your cement. So it has very high adhesive properties. Not only that, it can resist pressures up to 7,000 PSI. Let's imagine that we're having a structure going to about 130 meters below grade. This material can resist such high pressures of water. Also, the last one is the PC221, which reminds me of a job we did on the Dangote refinery, where the Chinese contractor needed a material that could seal the precast element that were used to erect the reservoir. And this was the only product that was able to serve that purpose. They've tried several others. If you're familiar with the Chinese, you know that they're very loyal to products that are being manufactured in their regions. But they tried every other material, and this PC221 was the only fast setting material that could cater and resist to the pressure of the water containment in the structure. So I'm going to go back to the need why we need the reason why we are seeking the influence of architects. Permits me to say that we regard architects as the elites when it comes to construction industry. You're all very well dressed. You pay attention to details. And of course, once you give your instruction, you want it done, you know, to specification. And most times you tell the contractors, I don't know how you get it done, but I want this design to be achieved. But we need you to stop minding your business, because I would say that is an attribute to say that architects are individuals that usually mind their business. You don't really poke nose into probably the contractor's activities, but we need you, because we've seen that certain quality control measures need to be put in place. We have two regulatory bodies when it comes to construction chemicals and concrete protective system, the NAFDAC body and the SONCAP. What NAFDAC does is they monitor the importation of these materials, check it at the port, and then probably qualify it to the vendors or the business owners. For SONCAP, their duty is actually to checkmate and to monitor and also take into consideration consumer use of the product. But outside this physical investigation, there are other methods which we can verify the quality and the performance expectation of this product. So please, let's move on. These are some of the areas where we administer some of our products, from the power cap level to the ground beams to the ground slabs. These are some of the projects that we've executed in the past in highly waterlogged areas. So I want us to really dwell on the quality control measures. These are some of them. We have the ultrasonic pulse velocity test. We have the compressive strength test. This second one is quite common because for every project, you need to submit your cubes to LAFSCA, get approval before starting the concrete work. So we're not going to talk about that. The ones we're going to dwell upon, which has to do with waterproofing and concrete protection, is the ultrasonic pulse velocity test, the concrete water permeability test, the moisture content test, and salinity resistance test. When it comes to construction in Lagos, Lagos Lagoon has very high saline content. What does salt do to concrete? Salts affect the chemical composition of concrete. Do we know that when you're building very close to a water body, the saline content is eating into your concrete at the foundation stage? This is the stage that you've done your backfilling, you started to raise the building up. So what quality measures are we putting in place? The water permeability test is a test that can be conducted by a layman. All we need to do is collect more cubes from the contractor, as at the time that they are doing the compressive strength cube test, we collect the cubes, subject the cubes into water for 72 hours. Then you're going to see the reaction of the cubes to the water pressure. This is ultrasonic pulse velocity test. This is the picture. You can see two transducers are introduced from the negative and the positive side. Once the reading on this equipment is at 3 kilometers per second, it means your concrete is faulty automatically. You don't need the contractor to tell you, oh, this was what was used as an hard mixture, or this was what was used to protect. So long as you're doing a concrete and you have 3 kilometers per second reading on this meter, it means there's a fault somewhere. There's a crack somewhere in the concrete, there's delamination somewhere in the concrete, there's honeycomb somewhere in the concrete. And there's a certification which we call the Certificate of Conformity, which according to international standards, this certificate is given to contractors if your concreting can perform to standards on all of these quality control measures. So these are the specimens as we can see. Sorry, the previous slide. In this previous slide, the normal concrete, we can see is not so clear that the weight of this concrete that is normal specimen is 84.43. Before immersing it in water, it was 83. It means it has added an additional weight of 1 kg after just 72 hours subjection to water. This one with our crystalline hard mix was 84 as at the time of the test. After removing it from the curing tank, we have 83.1, which means there's a reduction in the weight of the water content in the cubes. So these are just some very, very important quality control measures that we can engage in. When it comes to fluorine too, I recall a pharmaceutical company that we just did an assessment for recently. On the concrete floors, you can use non-destructive tests like the rebound hammer, like the moisture content test, to check that the substrate is adequate enough to receive the flooring systems. When you have industrial floors, warehouse floors, hospital floors, you need to conduct all of these quality controls to ensure that you have. This is the rebound hammer test showing in the picture, the previous one. This is the rebound hammer test being done. This is the moisture control test being done. Once the percentage on that equipment for the moisture control is above 5%, it means any flooring system that will be done on this surface would definitely pull off within a few months. So I hope that this presentation is is time bound. So I have to stop here. Our boat is on the stand 38. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, kindly come to our booth. We'll be ready to entertain your questions. We provide you with the necessary technical support on your project and necessary warranty policies. So thank you very much for listening. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Pinkrit. It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, Lab 14.0, and we are having both a physical and hybrid session for the event.
As we can see on our screen, we have the opportunity of asking questions online through our social links and through the website. So if you have questions, either physically here or people who are attending virtually, you can kindly click that tab, ask the speaker a question. It will be posted here, and your questions will be answered.
I would like to have a very quick 2 minutes goodwill message from one of our partners and our colleagues at the Lagos State Government. We have with us from the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Engineer Abimbola Akinyajo. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, architects. Well, standing here as an engineer, I don't know whether I'm supposed to be uncomfortable, but I shouldn't be. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad to be in good company. Anyway, I was asked to come and give a goodwill message. The way we see architects, they design these structures that we have the unfortunate necessity to make stand up. You have such amazing imaginations that I totally and completely admire. So kudos to you. So here I go. Dear participants of the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, it is with great pleasure that I extend my warmest greetings to all of you gathered here today. The Lagos Architects Forum has always been a remarkable platform that brings together the brightest minds in the field of architecture, and this year's event promises to be no different. I would like to commend the organizers for selecting such a compelling theme for this year's forum. Lagos, an evolving organism, could only have come from an architect. Lagos as a vibrant and dynamic city has continually evolved over the years, transforming into a living entity that adapts to the changing needs of its inhabitants. This theme reflects the spirit of progress and innovation that defines Lagos and serves as an inspiration to architects, urban planners, civil engineers, and all construction industry professionals. As architects, You hold a crucial role in shaping the future of Lagos. Your designs and visionary ideas have the power to redefine spaces, enhance communities, and contribute to the overall well-being of its residents. By embracing the concept of Lagos as an evolving organism, you have the opportunity to create sustainable and resilient structures that harmoniously coexist with the city's existing fabric. Lagos, with its rich cultural heritage, bustling commercial activities, and iconic landmarks, provide a unique canvas for architects to work upon. It is a city where tradition meets modernity, and the past intertwines very beautifully with the future. Let us celebrate this diversity and embrace the challenges and opportunities it presents. During this forum, I encourage you all to engage thoughtful discussions, share your expertise, and collaborate with your fellow architects. And sustainability. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, sponsors, and all those involved in making this event possible. Your dedication and hard work are instrumental in fostering the fruitful and inspiring Lagos Architects Forum 2023. May your discussions lead to groundbreaking ideas, and may your collaborations pave the way for a more vibrant and resilient Lagos.
Sustainable investments returns through superb product knowledge and execution. In its 10 years of existence, Prindex has delivered over 35 investment apartments with another 100 units currently being built. Outside of his work life, he enjoys traveling and networking with great minds. He is also a southpaw tennis player, a calligraphy artist, loving husband, and caring father. Please join me as we welcome architect Tolu Bawala.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel very honored to be here this afternoon. A special greeting to my senior colleagues. One of my lecturers in school is here, Architect Niyo Kedele. Good afternoon, sir. I feel very honored to stand before you this afternoon to make my presentation. Yes, so Tolu is my name. I'm an architect, graduated 2005 from University of Lagos. It's an honor actually to be here to talk about Lagos, an evolving organism. So, yes, okay, okay, all right, thank you. So I'm an indigenous of Lagos, right? I was born here. And I recall as a kid when my dad was still in the public service, we used to live in Ikoyi. And it was at number 3 Labere Street, very precisely. And I recall very clearly back then that, you know, it was just one single house, right? A duplex in the middle of about 6 plots of land. I think each plot was about 1 acre or something. And of course, my dad as the GM was, you know, he was assigned that as his living quarters. And I recall, because when I got, you know, the theme, an evolving organism, I started to recall, you know, that back then, it was just one tiny house in the middle of such a big land. And then maybe at some point we had the boys' quarter and then one guest chalet. But if you go to Ikoyi today, what do you find? You find high rises, minimum 3-4 floors. Then the more aggressive developers would go maybe 8 to 10 floors. That's what Lagos is becoming. We all understand that Lagos is a former capital of the country. And I think based on this, the government had made so much effort to, you know, put up the necessary infrastructure to keep it a befitting capital of one of the biggest countries in Africa. So very quickly, I would go into my presentation slides. So this just shows you Tinubu Square back then and what it is today, right? We can look at urbanization and the rapid growth of the city of Lagos, considering some very strong key factors, right? The first, I would say, is human population, because land is just land. It's not a city unless you start to consider the people on it, right? The people on it, the economic activities that go on. And what we have here is a bit of a, you know, statistics showing how many people are in Lagos. Currently, we are over 20 million people living in the States, close to about 25 million. And there's another data that also shows us that about close to 2,000 people come into the city of Lagos on a daily basis. As a former speaker said during his presentation, that the situation we have is that the infrastructure on ground is not growing according to the population rise. Now, when we talk about urbanization and the rapid growth of, you know, the city of Lagos, I said the first to consider is human population. The second, of course, is infrastructure. I think that Lagos has benefited so much from, you know, past governments, in that it was a capital of Nigeria. You know, quite a lot of roads were built. I remember growing up, Carter Bridge, Third Mainland Bridge. I think as at the time I was in primary school, Third Mainland Bridge was only ending at Yaba. And then during the IBB regime, it was stretched all the way to Iyanaworo. You know, so these are the benefits of, the governance. When I say, the government's inputs into infrastructural development in the state. And I think that's one of the major attractions, because when people come into Lagos, they take advantage of the infrastructure and, you know, they get to, you know, go on with their commercial activities. And of course, you know, they make money from that. The next is real estate developments. So I'm an architect, but over the years, I've come into real estate as a business, right? And the truth about it is infrastructure, right, promotes real estate development. We developers we don't like to go into areas where you don't have good roads, you don't have, you know, electricity, power, or water supply. So these are factors that make Lagos State a vibrant city and an evolving organism. Governance, of course, very, very critical. Of course, as we know, governance and its policies, these are processes of managing the integration and interaction of these elements of urbanization in order to maintain efficiency, sustainability, and optimization. Then lastly, the economic opportunities that are available within the composition of the land and the infrastructure. So if we look at infrastructure, this is a Papa Port. A while ago and today, we can see the influx of containers coming up there on that picture by the right side. This is then and now Victoria Island, right? Then Carter Bridge, this was in the 1960s, and then this is what it's looking like today. Of course, these are all infrastructural developments that have happened in the state over time. Real estate developments and buildings. As I said, there's really no growth in a city if you don't have, real estate developments coming up. So this is also taking a look at some very recent developments around Victoria Island and Ikoyi precisely. Governance and policy, as I said, for Lagos State, this is the Lagos State themes, right? And the last that has been ongoing in terms of implementation in the last 3 to 5 years. So I think the government has a lot in its, a very strong part to play in making sure that the integration and interaction of these elements of urbanization is properly managed in order to maintain efficiency and also sustainability, and of course, revenue generation. We all understand that this is where the state makes their money from. So economic opportunities that are available within the composition of land and infrastructure. So Lagos is not just made up of landmass. There's also water bodies. We have the Atlantic on one side, and then we also have the lagoon. And we can take a look at the Makoko community, which is very, very locally developed. There's quite a number of commercial activities going on there, fishing, also a lot of timber activities due to the sawmill that is along that strip of the lagoon shoreline in Lagos. So at the end of the day, when we look at the economic activities, we try to understand that this is a significant factor. A lot of people come into Lagos because they know that when they get into Lagos, there would always be opportunities to make money. As a real estate developer, I'm particularly very much interested in what's going on further down on the Lekki axis, where we have the Lekki deep sea ports coming up. And I can categorically say that in the last 3 to 5 years, the value of land in that particular side of Lagos has gone up by almost about 500%, right? So I've just examined the factors that make up urbanization, the factors that influence urbanization in Lagos State. Let's look at Lagos today. I'm taking a cue from the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, right? But before I go into the good, let's talk about what is great, right? What's happened in Lagos today that is really great. As a developer, one of the most exciting developments for me is the Echo Atlantic, right? Now, this is about 10,000 square kilometers of land, the whole line of where the former Bar Beach was, all the way down to the Lekki right side when you look at Lekki Phase 1. In its optimal capacity, these developments would house about 250,000 residents and maybe close to 400,000 workers in its commercial arena, right? This is one great thing that's happened to Lagos. Please, a round of applause for the Lagos State government and all the stakeholders that have tried to put this together. The Dangote refinery is also another major infrastructural development going on around the Lekki Trade Freight Zone, further down in Lekki. In that particular area of Lagos, there's also the seaport coming up, and there's also the airport coming up as well. Another great thing is the government's efforts in trying to decongest our roads. So in the last few years, Lamata has made significant effort to make sure that the Blue Line Rail has, there's been a soft launch of this already, and I have learned that in its optimal capacity, it will be moving, say, between 250,000 to 400,000 passengers on a daily basis. The independent power project, as developers today, we can now, approach the government to pick up licenses and see how we can start to generate power in small silos to power our, residential real estate coming up around the states. So I think this is a very important and significant milestone under great things that have happened in Lagos. The good, we've talked about the great. So the good, on the Lekki axis, it might interest all of us to know that the Lekki axis is one of the fastest growing real estate axis in the world, right? Here I have just shown a picture of Northern Foreshore Estate, one of the most successful developments in that area. We also have the landmark village around Oniru, just very close to us here. And then, of course, this is something we did in Prindex Properties, Discovery Gardens at Igwe for a mini estate of about 40 houses, right? Other things that we need to note as well under the good things that have happened in Lagos is the government agencies, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, that are making efforts to monitor and control how different elements of the urbanized space are working with each other. Of course, Loma is in charge of controlling waste disposal. So many years ago, we could, we all experienced how bad it was in Lagos. You go along Ikorodu Road, there's filth everywhere. But I think over the years, they've been able to revamp, that organization to deliver excellent results. Of course, LASMA, for the better part of it, they do a good job. I'm sure one or two of us here have run into one or two LASMA troubles before, but let's still give them a round of applause all the same. Lagos State Waterways is also doing a lot of work. I don't know how many of us here, have gone through the ferry service, but I know some people that on a daily basis, they move from Ikorodu to Lekki via the waterways, and they don't even bother about going on bus. And within 20, 30 minutes, they're at work. So these are part of the good things that have happened in Lagos, that's happening in Lagos today. The bad, traffic congestion, as we all know. Of course, the rising sea level, most of us living on the Lekki axis, whenever it rains and the floods are very heavy, we'll start to worry about if the flood is going to get into our compound or if it's going to get into our house. And I think that this is where we as architects need to stamp our footprints, in terms of professional work. When we are taking levels and when we're trying to design these buildings, it's very, very important to consider the environment where we're developing or designing, right? This is a major concern in Lagos today, especially for people on the coastal area. The Apapa gridlock, this has been going on for years. For most of us that live on the mainland side of Lagos, we don't want to come to Apapa. If you look at the statistics from the real estate angle, land prices have dropped significantly in Apapa. And the truth about it is that a lot of people have moved out, and this is still there, it's still persistent. So this is one of the things that we're not happy about. Flood on the Lekki axis, I just mentioned that right now. Also, the NSAS movements saw destruction of a lot of infrastructure in Lagos. This was the High Court building in Igboshere. It's under redevelopment as we speak. Building collapse. I don't think I want to say much on this because I think quite a number of speakers have touched on this matter earlier today. But of course, this is something that is giving professionals of the built environment a lot of headache. We don't have anything to do with these buildings at Prindex Properties. All our projects, we've never had an incident of collapse before. But whenever this happens, we get phone calls. Oh, Tolu, what's happening? This is not giving, good, credit to your industry. How are we going to trust, what you guys are doing? How are we going to continue pushing funds to your development? It's a big headache and it needs to be checked. So this is part of what is one of the ugly things happening in the urban space in Lagos. Now, very quickly, as I wrap up, I would consider some key factors, some very strong points that we need to take away as we look into the future of Lagos. I think the first thing is governance, right? So I'm not a politician and I'm not totally siding any political party. But what I think is that the stability that Lagos State has enjoyed over the years is only simply because there's been a ruling party moving, sustainability and development programs from one, tenure to the next. Should we have a change in political party, we may experience something totally different. So we need to take note of that. We need to have the government make sure to, continue their sustainable development programs. We as professionals also need to partner with governments because sometimes they are not totally in touch with the reality of what's going on out there. I speak as a real estate developer, and one instance I can give you is we operate majorly on the mainland area of Lagos and then sometimes on the Lekki axis. So we buy land sometimes, through investors funds for 2,000, 300,000 naira per square meter. And you are told that on a parcel of land of 2,000 square meters that you've bought for maybe close to 500 million naira, you can only build 4 to 6 units of houses. I mean, how are you going to break even? By the time you look at it, the end price you are going to sell is so high that you probably won't even find anybody to come and ask you, oh, what are you doing here? So I think we need to foster that relationship. I want to commend the effort of NIA Lagos chapter, because I know in recent times, they've tried to keep up that relationship with the Lagos state government, but we need to do more of that so that sensitization can happen and then we can see a lot more collaboration. Also, there's some, sorry, 1 minute, yes. The Fourth Mainland Bridge is one major infrastructural development coming up and is being, pushed by the Lagos state government. Of course, we all understand what this is going to do. It's going to change significantly. It's going to bring, first of all, a lot of commercial opportunities. It's going to link the Lekki axis with the Ikorodu axis. That means, in reality, it's going to decongest, the traffic on this side of Lekki. Also, land values around those areas are going to go up, and we're going to see more activities around commerce. So these are one of the strong elements looking into the future. The Dangote refinery is a big deal, also coming up in the Lekki Free Trade Zone. And also, in terms of housing development, this case study here is something that's happened in China. It houses over 20,000 occupants, delivered sometime in 2013. I think this is where we're going in Lagos, because land is no longer in production and it is not really easy for us to build on water. Yes, I know there has been attempts by architects like Mr. Architect Kunle Adeyemi, an international architect of Nle Architects, to try to prefer solutions on building on water. But people are going to keep asking us professionals that you that are still building on land and your buildings are collapsing, who is going to buy the houses you build on water, right? So for me, I think that we need to work towards this. We need to work with the body of engineers to see how within the limited land mass we have, we can develop structures that can give us more housing units to be able to close up that housing gap. All right, so before I wrap up, I also want to talk about something very, very important, which is that in our last 10 years of operations at Pre-Index Properties, something has kept on, bothering me as a professional. which is that we as architects are not really looking into the space of real estate developments. Yes, a lot of us are into the practice of architecture, which is fine. But the business of architecture is real estate development. And unfortunately, if we Google today, right now, if we Google the top 10 real estate developers in the country, I doubt very much that 40% of them are led by the built environment industry professionals. Some of them are bankers, some of them are lawyers. I don't think that should be the case. I think we need to come back into that space and own that space. It's very critical, because why would we allow lawyers and bankers take over our profession and then they not engage me and you and be paying us 500,000 naira or 1 million naira for design when we are actually leaders of the built environment? We come for seminars, we come for conferences every time, and we hear all this talk, and nobody ever talks about what is the next step to take. I'm personally proposing that the next step to take is to sit down and even within the body of the NIA, start to look for how we can aggregate developers in this space to give us a stronger footing in the industry. Thank you very much for your time. I'll take your comments and questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Architect Tolu Bawala.
Thank you. A pleasure being here.
Pleasure having you here. So we'll have a quick Q&A session handled by the chairman of the session. Please don't forget that you can also ask your questions by logging on to the website nillc.org/socials and type your questions and we'll have them here. But you can also ask your questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolu Bawala, for your presentation. So I'll open the floor for a couple of questions. We have just about 10 minutes or less to ask questions and have Mr. Bawala respond. So the floor is open. Somebody's hand behind you there. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Bola Gidado. I'm a real estate practitioner. The last point that Mr. Bawala made, I think, is the most poignant of the points of his discussion about professionals being spearheading construction and practice in the real estate industry and ecosystem, basically. It's a large industry and it's really large, and it's how did they say it brings a lot of money to people. So I don't know why practitioners are not engaging in it. And I would think that maybe part of the reason is funding. He had mentioned that bankers and lawyers and maybe one or two other, even laymen in quotes, are people spearheading development and are called developers now, you know, and I would assume that maybe part of the reason is funding. Maybe architects need to look inward and see if they could come together, maybe synergize, come together, partner and do things if funding is the problem for them. But it would be nice if we could have architects, builders and professionals actually spearheading so that we can have less and less of the kind of building collapses and ugly parts of Lagos that we've seen. Thank you.
Yes, another hand is up here in front. Professor Okedele.
She says 1 minute. I will take 30 seconds. Now, I'm happy for the presentation.
Sorry, sir. That's because another speaker is going to join us virtually at 1:30. Okay. So no. We really are constrained.
30 seconds. She gave me 1 minute. You have taken, 20 seconds out of me. Now, I want us to learn from what we discussed yesterday concerning, the development of our larger land. Lagos is megapolitan, consisting of metropolitans, cities, districts, before you come to individuals. Now, the the last speaker talks of development of, but this development, we have professional conflicts that do not let us have long-term, policy making. That the medium-term policy making will work within the context. That the district that is immediate will work with before the action plans. Real estate, there are action plans, but what are they working on? Do we have master plans that are active, that are can be that can go into the long-term solution that depends on what we call data, that is updated, or data that is long-term. These are few things that we say that, yes, water level is coming up. Why? Because we are landfilling. We shouldn't be. We should respect the nature. Water level should be respected. Let us, develop on the natural water level. And the only way by which we can do that is to respect ourselves, all the professionals in the built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Apart from landfilling, I think also that global warming is contributing to the water level increasing. There's a question online. What is the real issue around the floating school in Makoko by Kunle Adeyemi? Why did the discussion suddenly die? That's for Mr. Bawala, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you very much once again. Bola Gidado, thank you for your question or your comment around funding. So I'll take Bola's question first before I make a comment on Kunle Adeyemi. Well, this is what I say, which is still if I leave you with anything today, is that we need to think about how we can come into the real estate space. I've done my research and I've realized that there isn't really so many built environment professionals running the real estate companies in Nigeria, right? A lot of them come out of, either banks or lawyers. So my annoyance as lawyers is that you're an Arsenal fan, there's Man U on this side, and then there's a referee in between. So the referee is meant to take charge of the match. Lawyers are referees. So because they know so much about the match, they are now playing the match themselves, right? So I want us to understand something. In terms of funding, money chases value. So let's imagine that we have a team of architect developers within the NIA. It's not possible that somebody who is not of the built environment as a professional would send a proposal to a bank and it will beat our proposal. It's not possible. We need to stop working in silos. Yes, there's practice of architecture, but if we collaborate together, I think those funders that are looking for where to put their money would pay some attention to us, because an optimized design will give better ROI. And at the end of the day, they will start listening to us and welcoming our proposals. In terms of the
ROI being?
Thank you. ROI being return on investment. Sorry, I'm speaking the lingo. In terms of the water architecture and what Kunle Adeyemi attempted at Makoko, I really cannot say categorically what the issue was, because Kunle Adeyemi is my close friend, but I don't know so much about his practice business. But I suspect very, very strongly that it has to do with vested interests. And unfortunately, there are a lot of proposals that till tomorrow morning, they all remain in drawers because all the different groups of interest cannot be satisfied. So that's also something we need to look at closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bawala. On that note, I think Architect Moniba will take over.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Architect Tolobala. We really appreciate you. Would like to connect, like we said, the Lagos Architects Forum is an international event, and we typically always have we already told you earlier, we have the AIA as co-host. We would now be connecting online for a 10-minute presentation by Mr. Hans de Groot on mass timber construction. He's going to be connecting to us live. Okay, while we're still waiting to connect with them, we'll bring up the next speaker that we'll have for today. Are they online now? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Hans de Groot from Amsterdam. Okay. Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, I guess.
Okay. Do you hear me? Can I start my presentation? Hello? Okay, well, I start my presentation now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to your forum. I'm really honored. As you understand, the knowledge of modern mass timber building is not that widespread in Nigeria. I'm glad that I can be your guide into the world of wood, starting some centuries ago and then working up to our century. I share with you a lot of knowledge to give you a solid foundation. This means that I will show you up-tempo, a lot of slides in the limited time of 25 minutes. But the organization will send you the PDF of my presentation so you can go through it in your own tempo later.
CEO Danoff Nigeria Limited, and we're here to talk about mass timber, which we believe Nigeria is behind. It is around the world, Europe, North America, and we believe that with our housing, with our huge housing deficit, we believe mass timber will be very, very appropriate for construction in Nigeria. Now, what is mass timber?
I can proceed. My name is Hans de Groot. In the first place, I'm a writer and then a consultant and advisor, especially in wood architecture and wood products. As you can see, I'm a man of language and art. At a certain point in my life, I entered the wood world as editor and later editor-in-chief of a wood magazine. In a period of almost 35 years, I wrote around 1,000 articles and publications. And after my retirement in 2018, I founded my own business. Wood is still the core of my activities, and that's worldwide, as you can see. I'm a writer, so I start as a poem. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up people to gather wood, don't divide the work, and don't give orders. Instead, teach them first to yearn for the endless sea. First, you have to learn this to yourself and then to other people. To achieve something, this is the right mindset, I believe. It's about following your dreams, use your imagination, and about pushing back frontiers. So, now about using our imagination. What can you create from this poplar tree?
Okay, what's the shoe?
Wooden shoes, for instance, a Dutch product. What can you fantasize from this piece of California redwood? An inkfish. Isn't it amazing? And now, is this man an eccentric or someone with the right mindset? Anyway, we all know that everything can be made out of wood. I start with a short story now, starting in 1592, which year saw the invention of the sawmill. Before that, sawing a tree took a week, but since that year, it was much more easier and faster. Yes, it was the start of the industrialization. Look at the impressive interior of the mill. The inventor Cornelis van Corneliszoon van Uitgeest had the luminous idea to turn the circular movement of the sails into the up and down movement of the frame saws via a crankshaft. The rest is history. Let's first start with some wood products that exist already somewhat longer. Glulam, for instance, glued laminated wood, 1.5 century old. Pieces of wood, lamellas, are glued together and lengthened via finger joints to considerable dimensions. It can also be bent, as you see on the right picture. Here you see the finger joint technique, and below the dimensions, big dimensions, as you can see. This structure on its way from the Netherlands through Germany to Denmark. Seeing is indeed believing. These are more simple forms of glulam with only 2 and 3 layers, especially for columns. There are many wood species available, softwoods and hardwoods, as you can see. A new development is glulam for hardwood. It's stronger than and more beautiful than softwood, but also more expensive because it's stronger. Because it's stronger, the dimensions can be more slender, which lowers the price. Here an example of a hardwood glulam application, American white oak. The fan in a stadium, here a detail. Plywood is already existing for over a century in many forms. Soft and hardwoods, several top layers and top coatings and dimensions. It consists either of small veneers or of chips glued together. It can also be bent, as you see in the right picture. Laminated veneer lumber, LVL, 50 years on the market. It is so strong that it can be part of the supporting structure, as column or as panel. Here's some products from LVL. It's the Finnish variant. You have Carto S straight, and Kato Q queer. That means that the 20% of the veneers are glued crosswise. I-beams, especially for roofs and floors. A new product on the left, Kato Ripa for long roof and floor spins. Here you see a hardwood product, LVL, Baubogen. Bogen is German for beech. It's a very strong product. You see the application on the right side. And here the interior of this bank building. A piece of CLT, LVL, and Glulem. Then we have here the Dutch invention platenwood, modified wood. But in the meantime, we have several other modified wood products. The technique is to bake and roast the wood, by which the structure changes and wood becomes more durable, from durability class 5 to class 1 or 2. Big advantage is that it can be used outside, for instance, for facade paneling. Here in this picture, you see several applications of Accoya. It's another way of modifying. Aralia pine from New Zealand is treated with acetic acid. It's the same improvement of the durability. The process is environmentally friendly. A major influence are CNC machines. By connecting a computer program to the CNC machine, it can mill all kinds of forms, fast and dimensionally stable. In this case, the eccentric director of a company in measuring equipment for electric instruments wanted to provide his personnel the whole day busy with techniques and arithmetic with a relaxing space. It's executed in CLT by a 5-axis CNC machine. Production cost took 2.5 months. The body is built up in slices as the drawing shows. A big effort in creativity is a superb result. A very specialistic biomimicry research program of the Institute for Computational Design in Stuttgart. They research the construction methods of nature and how it can serve our human construction methods. Part of the program is to build every year a pavilion together with students. Learning is doing, and doing is learning. Yes? Yeah? Oh, I'm already busy. Okay. Okay. It's good. In 10 minutes? Okay. That's okay. Okay, it's good. Okay, thank you. Bye. Yes, it begun.
Yes, Mr. Victor, there's somebody, because of there's a slight technical hitch which has been rectified, and I've been told that you'll be on in another 15 minutes, not 10, 15 minutes, you will start your presentation. So you just be ready, okay? Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Just be ready.
Yeah.
Once it's going to start, I'll be
Okay.
immediately.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
they can just leave the system as it is.
Yeah, it's good.
Hello, Mr. Hans.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Hans.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We can see you. We can.
You can see me, yes?
And the issue bringing you into the live event, but people online could see you. So we want you to please stop the presentation or give you a prompt. You will now start from top because people here need to see you in Nigeria, but people across the globe, they have
Is in our society, in this country today, is raising funds. And because a lot of us try to do businesses alone, we try to be the sole owner of every transaction and every development. But it's not like that abroad. Even here in Nigeria, you find out that there are people who do major real estate developments that come together. For example, a company that I'm currently in talks with for a major transaction that we want to start in Ikoyi, Elalan. I'm sure some of you might know the company Elalan. Elalan built number 4, Ikoyi. And from my interaction and engagement with them, I came to find out that it's a family, not one single individual. It's a family of the dad, the uncle, the cousin, the son, and maybe even the grandson, who come together, put their funds together, and they started in our own country. But you find out that here in Nigeria, you see somebody who wants to do a 4 or 5-story high-rise building, and he's struggling to do it alone because even the banks will not listen to you. You go to a bank to access funds for a project, real estate project. The first thing they will tell you is that we don't fund real estate projects. And even if you are opportune or you're lucky to get them to listen to you or to even try to fund that project, you will not finish that project, and that project will be sold as carcass by the same bank because you will not be able to meet up with the kind of interest that they will place on that loan. So this is our reality. But what I think solution to getting professional architects, you know, and not only professional architects, getting people to, you know, be involved in major projects without just being one single individuals. I believe that if we come together, just like it's done everywhere in, you know, in the developed countries, you see 30-story buildings. You go to Dubai, you see, you know, high rises by Soha, by, you know, different big companies. They are individuals that come together, put funds together. Apart from even funds, like you are professionals, somebody can bring, do the drawing, another person can do the soil test, another person can, you know, just come together. You know, that's what I believe will be the solution. And if by the time we start to practice this joint venture development, we'll see that we'll make a lot of progress, you know, in the area of real estate development and getting professionals to be, you know, to be involved. Like I said, I know that the capital involvement is huge, but by the time we start small, you have 10 people, 5 people, 20 professional architects come together, bring in their little funds, put it together and start one development. By the time you're done, and remember that most of these real estate commercial developments are even sold off plan. So you just need to come together, put on your thinking cap and, you know, start to, I'm an entrepreneur. I believe I've always done buying and selling, you know, and in buying and selling, you don't actually necessarily have to own the goods. So I started as a broker. So I'm looking for who has and who wants. So this can also be practiced in real estate. So you are looking for who has the property and who wants to buy the property. So you don't necessarily have to own the property. You don't necessarily have to even be the architect that designed the property. You don't necessarily have to be part of that project, but you can just be an entrepreneur who wants to go into that business in future. But you need to raise capital. And how do you raise this capital? You start from what you know to what you want to become. So what do I mean by what you know? What you know is that you are a professional architect. So you start from maybe your friend is designing, or your friend has designed a project that is about to, you know, to kick off. And then you start to market that project. You never can know. One of your uncle might just be interested. And you make a commission. And from your commission, you start to, you know, put your savings together. And before you know it, your uncle refers you to another friend of his, and you're already a real estate marketer. And from being a real estate marketer, you become a real estate developer. So, I mean, nothing is holding you. You are the one that is holding yourself. That is what I believe as an entrepreneur. So, having said that, I want to say thank you all for, you know, thank you for having me, and thank you for putting food on my table. I've done a lot of projects. I have some ongoing right now, and I have future projects that I'm also planning to do. And none of these projects can be done without you guys. So I love you sincerely. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I believe all your projects have registered architects on them. Anyone that does not have a registered architect, get a registered architect now. Yeah. Will allow me to welcome Mr. Laolu Alabi, who is our next speaker. Laolu Alabi has several years of experience in business development, strategy, and project management, especially in the real estate industry. He has overseen and completed several projects spanning the entire development chain, design, finance, and development. He is currently CEO, Damilare Baker, one of Africa's premium real estate development and advisory firms. Laolu is a trained architect with a master's in environmental design and architecture. He therefore plays in the real estate industry armed with both technical and commercial knowledge.
He is an alumnus of the Carrington Youth Fellowship Initiative, an initiative of the United States Consulate in Nigeria, founded after the late Ambassador Walter Carrington. He was a member of the economic empowerment team of the fellowship. Laolu has played an active role in matters of state and politics. He is the founder of the Truth Africa Mission, an impact organization of nation builders and change ambassadors. Join me as we welcome Mr. Laolu Alabi to the podium.
Toilet inside. I don't know how much is there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to everyone that is present here, architects and members of the built environment. My name is Laolu Alabi, as has been said, and I'm here to do a presentation on what I call an evolving profession in an evolving Lagos. I'm going to try as much as possible not to bore you with a lot of technical things, because my charge here is actually to come to encourage especially the young professionals or those that are coming. We have a lot of students here coming out of school, and I decided that I'm going to come here today to give you the portraits of what you can become, you know, especially in a profession where people are beginning to, you know, ask questions about the future of the profession. And so my goal here today is to tell you that there is a future for the profession, but the profession must evolve if you're going to be a part of that future. A student asked me a while back and said, would you advise me to study architecture, you know, in school? And I smiled and I said, why not? And he said, we feel like there is no, things are beginning to change. The robots are taking our work. And I said, no, a robot or a machine can draw, but a robot or a machine cannot infuse life in a design. And one of the things we begin to realize is that there comes a place of infusion of life where you differentiate yourself from what a robot can do. I'm going to go through a few slides and then I'll go into the main crux of my presentation. Professor Okedele, thank you so much, sir. That's one of my lecturers in school. He was very also instrumental in me becoming a trained architect. So I called it the evolution of the an evolving profession in an evolving Lagos. Okay, so, and I'm just going to go through just a few slides and I'll go into the crux of what I want to talk about, which will be in my conclusion. Now, evolution, as I say, in organisms occurs through changes in what is called heritable traits. Now, it's technical, but I'm going to explain it. Heritable traits are the inherited, or if you like, inherent characteristics of an organism. Evolution also happens as a response to the problems and challenges of the environment. So there are two facets of evolution. There's the internal facet and there is the response to the environment, which is what we call the external facet of evolution. And over that, I'm going to talk about 5 factors, 5 different facets, you know, that I would say, as far as the built environment is concerned, contributes to what we would say is the evolution, you know, of the profession, or as the case may be, the city of Lagos. Evolution of culture, exponential population growth, increasing sense of insecurity, changing global realities, rising costs of commodities. Like I said, I'm going to make it as simple as possible. I don't want to bore you with a lot of technicalities, but I want to encourage, like I said, especially the young professionals or upcoming professionals. Evolution of culture. Now, I always said that, for instance, when we talk about compound, and I'm going to show how this has now begun to change how we do design and how we think of design. When we talk about evolution of culture, you know, in the Yoruba culture, for instance, I'm from, when they call my compound, they say Ile Agbakin. It means Agbakin compound, meaning that I am identified first by the piece of real estate that my family owns or that my family comes from. In the Igbo land, they talk about compound. So compound is a cultural aspect of us, what we identify ourselves by compound. Now, but culture is beginning to evolve from having compound, you know, as so when you build because it's very important to have your compound. So as a real estate developer, for instance, I'm speaking here also in the heart of a real estate professional. And so when you talk about compound, it was difficult at some point for people to accept to live in joint compounds, especially around, I mean, in Lagos, when they go say, no, I want my private compound, because it's part of our culture, because that's how we identify ourselves. But all of a sudden, we've moved from compound being a private to shared compounds. The concept of townhouses was a struggle over 20 years ago. People will struggle with saying they want to build, I mean, that your property is sharing fence or sharing a building line with another property. It was a struggle. But that has gradually begun to evolve. Culture has started to shift, or as the case may be, evolve. The next thing I'll talk about is the exponential potential growth. Architect Bauer mentioned this in his presentation. And so we begin to have, moving from single family homes, we talked about Ikoyi. Now we talk about Ikoyi having 1 acre and then that small unit to having, and coincidentally, it's also in this slide, Ikoyi is now competing for heights. It is now the competition for who can go higher, who can go highest. 40 years ago, 1,000 square meters will sit only one unit in GRA Ikeja, right? Now, GRA Ikeja, I mean, by government regulation, you can have as much as 4 units. And that in itself is not a problem because we need to deal with the population growth. So as much as we are controlling the way properties are still being built, and we still need to give some density considerations to places like Ikeja, to Ikoyi, to make sure that they are not overly populated. Increasing sense of insecurity. More and more, you see people saying they want to stay in gated estates. Now, when they say they want to stay in gated estates, what they are saying is that they want to feel a sense of security because they feel like staying in gated estates gives them a sense of security. Whether that is a real sense of security is something else to agree on, but at least people want this. Is so we begin to have estates upon estates. Even 3 units is now an estate. 2 units is now an estate. Let's just have a common gate that we all share, and then we have a uniform security man. The uniform security man does not carry gun, so I don't even really know what he can do in case of if somebody that was carrying an AK-47, you know, with his what they hold, the baton that they hold, they really cannot do anything. But there's that sense of security which will come to, you know, as we progress. And then finally, we talk about, second to the last slide on this, changing global realities. Let me go back to that. Churches are no longer looking for grand structures. They are more inclined to basic structures that can take a lot of space. So nobody wants to build that cathedral, you know, that looks grand. They are not looking for converting warehouses to church space. Online church is now a thing. COVID has shown that working from home is a new order. I was speaking to the chairman of one of the biggest advertising agencies about last week. I mean, it's an elder statement by all means. And he said to me, Laolu, I don't need this structure anymore. He has a structure that sits on about 4,000 square meters from where they practice their agent, where their agency, the office is. And he said to me, I don't need this structure anymore. In the last 2 years, we have not even had any clients come to our office. What am I doing sitting on this structure? In other words, our business has continued to grow. Our real estate is now redundant, right? So I need to convert this real estate to something that would be more profitable for us than just sitting on it in the name of we have an office. So the people are beginning to move away, as the case may be, organizations, some big organizations, from saying, you know, COVID has taught us that working from home is now a new order. So I would rather, as a businessman, he's saying he would rather take advantage of that and use this real estate for something else, you know, than just sit on it in the name of we have an office. These are some of the dynamics and the way things are beginning to shift. In the design of residential spaces, which I now mentioned, home office has become a thing. So as a developer, people are beginning to ask you, do you have a study in your residence? Do you have a home office? Home office has now become an integral part of design, and that is because the world order is beginning to change. They're beginning to tell us that offices do not necessarily, you know, need all of those spaces. And then finally, rising cost of commodities. Cost of land directly impacts the use of space. As a matter of fact, and thank God we've had at least two developers here today, cost of land will begin to tell you, and Architect Bauer mentioned this, the government tells you that, oh, you can only build 4 units on this land, and this land already costs about 500 million. That means the cost of land the cost of land for each of those units before build is 125 million. Are we together? The cost of that unit before you build it, I mean, if they say it's only 4, and that land costs 500 million, the government says you can only build 4 houses on that land. The cost of that house, without even building anything, is 125 million. Now, then you talk about building the structure, you talk about putting a profit margin on there, and then you begin to see why the cost of housing, especially in Lagos, is beginning to go up. But now you can't blame the government and you can't blame the people complaining. Like someone mentioned, Lagos oil is land. And so maybe there needs to be some level of advocacy to begin to explain and to let the government realize that we need to find a meeting point, else we will never be able to solve this problem of the mass housing problem. So all of these that I've explained, evolution of culture, exponential population growth, increasing sense of insecurity, changing global reality, and rising cost of commodities, has brought 2 things as it concerns the built environment professional: evolution of external spaces and the evolution of internal spaces. So all of this is just to bring us to explain why our spaces have evolved externally and internally. When we talk about evolution of external spaces, we now have the modern face me, I face you, which is now a thing, you know, because it is what it is. It's face me, I face you. But it is because of the way things have now grown that this is now acceptable, and because of the cost of land. Now, this land was about, when we checked, about 1,400 square meters, going for about 300 million. It is impossible to do anything outside of multiple use units, else people would not be able to buy it. Now we have multi-use complexes. We talked about Ikoyi, that everybody is now going high. That is how the external space is beginning to evolve. Maximization of external spaces. For the evolution of the internal spaces, we have, I'm trying to rush on this so that I hit the point I really want us to get to. Massive main living room. So before now, when you build a house, your living room space is very massive. Then you have this tiny space called your family living room. That is beginning to change, because people do not get home from work till about 10 o'clock. Nobody is sitting down in that sitting room. That sitting room is becoming a museum every day, right? And they only do it maybe once in a while when they have visitors. How many people, even during COVID, was visiting anybody? So right now, we're having main living rooms that are getting smaller and family living rooms that are getting slightly more sizable, because the family living space for them is they move between their room and the family living. They leave the main living room for visitors. And so you begin to evolve your design as a professional, understanding the psychology of the market, else you would not make anything tangible in the market space. I spoke about home offices that have become must-haves. Ensuite bathrooms have become a standard practice. When I was growing up, we had a 3-bedroom house that had 1 bathroom. Then moved to a standard, a bigger house, 4 bedrooms that had two bathrooms, 1 for the master and 1 shared. Then I think the guest room also had. But right now, everybody wants an ensuite bathroom. I mean, even abroad, we still have standard houses are still shared bathrooms. But in Nigeria, everybody now wants, how many is the bathroom ensuite? It has become a reason for buying or not buying. That is how Lagos has begun to evolve. Now we have possibility of using private homes for shortlets. So now people have begun to see that we can now begin to use our properties for shortlets. So they begin to design even their residential homes with the potential that it might become another source of revenue generation. That is how our internal living spaces has begun to evolve. Now, evolution, like they say, has become evident that the primary lesson of the study of evolution is that all evolution is actually co-evolution, meaning that every organism is evolving in tandem with another organism. As a matter of fact, when evolution occurs within your space and you do not evolve, you die. And I'm going to show that very briefly. So then this leads us to what I call the co-evolution. In other words, as the externals are evolving, the profession must evolve. And so I call it the co-evolution of the profession. And this is where I really have come to speak on this afternoon. And 3 things I want to talk about. The first is what I call service versus product. Now, architecture, as we know it, it's more a service profession. And we pride ourselves that it's a service profession. But perhaps it's time for us to start looking at architecture, not just as a service in terms of client brief to design, but as a product. Because until we begin to fuse the service with the product, we will be left behind. And so what am I saying? I'm saying that a lot of people have spoken about this. The gentleman that spoke just before me also alluded to this. I think as architects, as professionals in the built industry, we need to start looking away from architecture as just a service and begin to understand that there is a product or what you call the business of architecture. Because quite frankly, until you understand that there is a business of architecture, you would continue to struggle with the changing dynamics of the environment. And no matter how much you try to tell yourself that, oh, and which is why people are beginning to ask, what is the future? What they're asking for is what is the future of the profession as a service. Now we need to begin to leave from just being a service to merging ourselves and developing ourselves, evolving into architecture as a product. One of the reasons why people fear architecture as a product is funding, which has been alluded to. Because products would mean that you look at, I have a friend, he's also an architect. Now he had some designs at some point and I discussed with him, I said, listen, if there's anything you know how to do, you know how to design. I know you know how to design. I said, if you design today for yourself, do you lose anything? He said, no. I said, if you come up with prototypes that can solve problems, the problems that we face in the city of Lagos, and you now begin to look for funding to build those prototypes, would you, even if you don't find funding, would you lose anything? He said, no. And I said, so why are you not doing those designs? I said, so there's a mass housing deficit in Lagos, right? You have the skill as an architect to produce design for free for yourself. You have the skill as an architect to produce designs that you can sell, as the case may be, as prototypes, you know, for the development of, as the case may be, a real estate of an estate. So why are you wasting time waiting until a client brings a brief to you? And then the problem comes funding. People are saying the next thing they said, oh, where will I get the money? And I said to him that, listen, I can tell you for free. And I stand there especially to the young ones coming up. I stand there as a testimony and a testament to say that money, like Aktebawa said, follows value. And I've come to challenge anyone here that thinks funding is a problem, that if you are able to come up with a product that solves a problem, money would find you. If you're able to come up with enough product to solve the problems that we face, especially in this state, money would find you. I know people that have come to me personally and say, we have 2 billion naira. Do you know where we can put it? So forget these rhetorics that there is no money. Aktebawa mentioned that if you went to a bank and you said you're an architect, you are more likely to access this funding than somebody who is not a member of the built environment. I would say yes and I would say no, because in the place of funding, you need to talk about, the banks will look at you and they won't give you money because you're an architect. They will give you money on 3 things. I call it character, capacity, and competence. Now, you must be able to show character. Character is that many times I tell people that when you say you do not have money to do something, you are saying there is nobody in your environment that trusts you. Because when you go to a bank and you're asking for money and they ask you for collateral, they're saying we do not trust you, and they do not have any reason to trust you because they don't know you. Now, character is very important. You would find the funding. I tell people your first bank is your family and friends. And this was how I began my real estate business. It was family and friends. It was people that had shown, and as we treat the profession of architecture, we need to begin to let our young people know that there's something called character that you must develop. There's competence and there's capacity. Unfortunately, we begin to mix capacity and competence and think they mean the same thing. Capacity is what a lot of real estate developers have. They have money, not competence. Now, what you have is competence. Competence is a measure of quality. Capacity is a measure of quantity. And so when you understand that if I can develop competence, which as an architect you can have, and I can show character, and then I can build my capacity, and I can begin to dovetail, not just practicing architecture as a service, but also understanding that there's a product I can bring into the market and I would sell it, and I would be able to, as the case may be, grow in this industry. And that is what I've come to do as a challenge, especially to the young architects. Move away from the frame of, oh, I'm just here to provide a service, to beginning to ask yourself, how can I bring a product? The second thing, as I end my presentation, is creativity versus standardization. Listen, we do not have the luxury to begin to build falling water again. Lagos does not need falling water. Lagos needs houses, right? So you begin to need professionals who are creative enough to understand that even though creativity is expensive, standardization is how you will solve the problem of mass housing. So how can we infuse creativity into standardization? The average developer who is not a part of the profession cannot do that. The only guys that can do that are you and I in this place that are trained professionals. We can bring in our creativity and go beyond creativity to standardization so that we can scale to solve problems. And finally, I'll talk about the current need versus future projection. The current need versus the future projection. And to explain this, I'll just read this two accounts of an experiment that was carried out. This image we see is called the brown plant hopper, right? And I'll use this analogy to explain this final slide, before I leave the stage. And then let me just mention something. For instance, when I talk about capacity and character, we were doing a project once, and the structural engineer on the project, a registered structural engineer, he had done, he was piling. So we are done with the piling and we had finished everything. We've talked about building collapse here. And when we did the pile load test, I said, you know what? I'm not comfortable with these results. And somebody who is an entrepreneur, is just an entrepreneur, works, does some project, and he said, Oga, necessary factor of safety, Agbe. And I said, what do you mean factor of safety, Agbe? I am thought that factor of safety is supposed to take care of things you did not see. Not that when you are building using your factor of safety from start. Do you understand what I just explained? What do you mean by factor of safety? That means that you're already planning to use your factor of safety before you started building. And that is what we are seeing in the practice of development. That is some of the things that are happening. So people are coming and they're telling us, and when Atebawa spoke and I said, no, I will not let factor of safety to be what I'm going to build on. Factor of safety should carry what I did not see, not what I can already see, and I'm banking that factor of safety will carry it. It cost us an extra 15 million to do some extra piles, but I told them I would rather go to bed because I am thought as a professional to take every buyer of our project as a client. And so I need to look at it as I'm building for them. They commissioned me to build a house, even though I'm a real estate developer. And that is the kind of mindset, if we had a lot more professionals in the industry. Let me round up with this slide, talking about the plant hopper. And I'll read the same account of two experiments that was carried out. It's pretty much the same account. It's just the way we have Luke and John talking about the same thing. Now, scientists at Washington State University and China, they discovered that the quality of the host rice plant determines whether the brown plant hopper, a major pest on rice in Asia, grows short wings or long wings. It's the same insect. Wing size determines whether the insects can fly long distances to other plants or stick around and feed on nearby rice plants. Please follow me. It's all about the amount of glucose or sugar in the plants. Rice plants with higher glucose levels are older and dying. Rice plants with more sugar level, that means that plant is older and it is dying. Now, the increase in glucose causes the adolescent brown plant hoppers to develop into long-winged adults. The plant, or as the case may be, the environment, is telling the insect how to grow or how to evolve. Now, this findings published says that more sugar means it is time to move. Over the life of a rice plant, the ratio of sugars to amino acid changes. During the early growth stage, rice plants are great food source for insects. These young rice plants have relatively low glucose levels. And the brown plant hoppers, they don't need to search for a new home. They develop short wings and the females large ovaries. That means they once they realize that the sugar level is still low, they develop short wings, they don't develop long wings, and then the ovaries begin to develop, meaning that they are ready to reproduce. Now, but as the plant ages, the glucose levels rise. This triggers a change in the young brown plant hoppers. They develop longer wings and smaller ovaries, preparing to migrate. That means that once this plant hopper notices by reason of his environment that there's an evolution, he knows that I either develop these wings and fly away or I'm going to die here. Now, note this. It now says that the wing shape is not genetically determined. It is induced by the environment. This ability to produce two wings is a cue based on the environmental impact around the environment. Now, by the molecular and development mechanism by which these larvae insects predict their future environment, they develop suitable wings, to adapt. And then finally, I'll leave us with this thought. So this plant hopper has realized that if I'm going to survive, I'm either going to grow this long wing and move away to another plant, or now the practice also tells us that it gets to a stage in their development. If they have not made that decision, they can no longer make that decision and they will die. And so what am I saying today? And this is my final charge, especially to the young architects. Tell me, there are 3 categories of people in life per time. Those that make things happen. Those that make things happen. Those that adjust or evolve quickly as things are happening. And those that watch things happen. Listen to me. You may not always be in this first category, making things happen, but never ever be found in that last category where you watch things happen. Thank you so very much.
It is the Lagos Architects Forum. I tell you, that was hot. There is a new generation of architects coming up. Please, another round of applause for Laolu Alabi. Okay, very quickly, we'll do a 5-minute discussion and I'll hand over to the chairman of sessions.
Thank you very much. We thank our speakers. We've had 2 beautiful sessions of speakers, one from the not so professional, but really I regard it as professional angle, because the speaker said, oh, I'm not an architect, but I'm an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is also professionalism, because without some form of professionalism, you cannot be a very good entrepreneur. And then we have our firebrand, our professional entrepreneur, real estate guru speak to us lastly, Mr. Laolu Alabi. And need I say more to what he has already said? Mr. Laolu Alabi says to us that evolution is inevitable. He started by telling us the dynamics of evolution and how inevitable it is. He also told us that we must evolve into the business of architecture, which is also an inevitable part of what we claim to be. We cannot continue to think that architecture is just about design and supervision and meeting clients and doing site reports and all of that. A few years ago, and even up till now, as a country representative of the American Institute of Architects in Nigeria, I started a series, an online series, especially during COVID when we couldn't move around. And I wanted us to begin to talk. And I started a series called The Business of Architecture. One of my speakers back then was, incidentally, Femi Adewale, who spoke here today, and he had to leave. So we've had a couple of speakers that spoke to us on the business of architecture, because that seemed to be a missing link everywhere you go. I wasn't the first to do that, and I would not be the last to do that. So hearing about business of architecture is a sweet song to our ears. Some of us who have, spent a few years here on this side of the divide. And he also said that we must put side by side service versus product. How do we convert our service, our core service, our primary assignment into products? Because until you do that, money is not going to chase just what you call service. Money is going to chase value, and value is majorly found in products. So he rounded off with the big part of comparing current need with future projections. I know that there might be a few of us here who want to
either contribute briefly, because I know the day is fast spent, add a thing or two to what Dr. Chima Anyaso said earlier on. We are privileged to still have him with us to take one or two questions, and you can direct your questions to Mr. Laolu Alabi as well, in no particular order. So if you have questions, we just want to take them. 3 questions. I might make it 4 if you encourage me to do that. But 3 questions I would like to have. If I see by show of hands, I can see 2 hands already indicating they're ready to go. And if I have one more, I will take it. If not, then I'll take these 2 questions. I see the lady on the left of our last speaker. Can you get the mic to that lady? And then we have our chairman for Ikorodu branch also here, who indicated he would like to speak. So your questions, let us know who you're directing it to. Okay, I see a 3rd one. That will be the man at the middle row. All right. So, but let us know to whom your question is directed. Introduce yourself and very briefly your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Laolu Alabi. He was speaking about the housing deficit. Interestingly, I just wrote a mini article on it on LinkedIn myself. Being a real estate practitioner, it's a bit of a concern. So he had raised a point about, you know, I think Mr. Bawala also said the same thing about having to go vertically with construction nowadays because of population increase and all of that. But how do you then marry density with function? Because here you have, you know, you're trying to raise buildings high and things like that to have many more units that can accommodate the rising population in Lagos State. But then we see a lot of houses coming up nowadays. I don't know whether they're built by professionals, but we see a lot of houses coming up nowadays that, you know, yes, have units, but other functions are not there. So we're looking, parking space is almost non-existent. Children's play area is, of course, totally absent. Even ventilation, you know, basic function of units are absent in these houses just because we want to be able to fit in more houses, more dwelling units for people in order to cater for the rising population and the housing deficits. You know, so how do we marry this density stroke function issue with design and buildings and development, basically?
Hold on, put your finger on that question. Because there might be another one for you. We have 3 indications. So we have this indication from the chair of the Ikorodu branch, and the 3rd one is from the gentleman on the middle row, in the front seats here. Thank you.
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Chimaobi. Good to see the entrepreneur playing the role of the architect. Actually, it's a challenge to us. My question is, how you relate with the professionals in your outfits, being the boss, because we discovered that so many such outfits are there, and most of the time they use the apprentices so to say, because in architecture, when you graduate, you're not an architect until you have gained experience. And it's like most of these young ones are the people that are really playing the roles inside such an estate. So I want to know how you engage people there, whether you just hire those boys or do you have access to the real registered architects working for you, because in the background of the building collapses. And lastly is on the last speaker, Architect Laolu. I was very impressed really with his presentation, and he has shown us the new face of architecture. My own class did consultancy services, waiting for clients and consulting, but I can see that the young people here are not waiting for any clients. They are their own clients and they are moving forward. But my question is this: how does it affect apprenticeship? For instance, people come out of school, They don't look for any mentor. They are now the chief executive officer, building anything that comes around. And it could lead to problems. So how do we encourage the young ones, even though they can have products, but to be under tutelage till such a time when they were able to handle big projects? I hope my question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Aloysius Kevin. I'm an interior designer, but with an architectural background. From the Obafemi Awolowo University. My question is directed to Dr. Chima. So the major question I want to ask is, what's the secret of selling in the real estate? Now, the reason why I'm asking this question is, usually you were saying that we should start up by selling, trying to advertise to our family, friends, and all. But some of us don't have a rich background. We usually don't come out with a rich background, and usually might not really get a sale in 1 year, 2 years, and drawings are coming up, and we're like, this real estate thing is not even just for us. So I want to ask, what's the major secrets of selling in the real estate industry? Yeah, thank you.
Very much. We would have Mr. Laulu Alabi take the questions. Now, here's the thing. You can also crisscross in case you even want to, make a response to questions that are not directly passed on to you. It doesn't matter, but let's do it very briskly. And the same goes for our brother Chima Anyaso. Please, you can crisscross if you wish to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would answer it as briefly as possible. 2 questions, marrying density with function. I always say that, and the second one is about development and apprenticeship. Let me answer the second first, actually. So when people come to our firm and they're young architects and they come to our firm for, they're just fresh out of school, we always tell them that this firm is not where you're going to develop your first skill as an architect. Because first, we're more real estate inclined. You need to develop your training as an architect. It will do you a lot more good. When you've developed that for about 2, 3, 4 years, come back to us. And that is, for me, is understanding the importance of growth. So I understand that to be a rounded, if you want to be a rounded real estate developer and you have a training as an architect, subject yourself first to a professional so that you can learn the basics and the ethics of the profession before you begin to come, towards real estate development. The president, well done, sir. President of Nigerian Institute of Architects, Ben, thank you so much for coming. So I always tell them that you need to subject yourself first to training before you come into a development outfit. On marrying density with function, here's my answer. Personally, we don't build barracks. And by that, I mean, a barrack does not necessarily mean the number of units in a place. It means the number of functional units in a land. And like I said, some of my friends who are developers, they think I do not know how to take advantage of money because they feel like my training is affecting my decision-making in entrepreneurship. But I tell them that when I'm building as a real estate developer with the training of an architect, the first thing I ask myself, will I buy this thing I'm building? Because if somebody has 30 million and that 30 million is something they have suffered to put together. Listen, a person that has 30 million wants to live in a 60 million house. Anybody that has 30 million, if you understand the business of, if you have 30 million, the house you want to live in that you really feel like living in is about 60 million. And so if you're going to offer that person a property that is worth 30 million, you must ask the vital question, can you live in this building? The government has put up their own regulations. They say things like, oh, every unit must have 2 parking spaces. Developers have found a way to go around it, and you offer somebody that pays you 30 million naira because immediately somebody parts way with 13 million naira. A person is making a permanent decision. It is not that I'm renting the space. So I ask myself, as a permanent decision, if you offered me this house that I want want to put in the market, will I buy it? If my answer is no, we are not doing that development. And that is how we balance, as the case may be, density with functionality. Apart from the government regulations, which we, as much as possible, we never flout. I'm doing some work with the government where we're bringing about some policies, especially in approvals and all of that, because of all of these collapses we're having. There's something called the CAP, Certified Accredited Professionals, that the government is beginning to bring in. And we brought about develop some of these policies so that the professionals can get more into the space, because we need to understand, even though we talk about the business of architecture, we must sanitize regardless the business of architecture. So yes, that is a litmus test for us. Can I live in what I'm selling? Would I part with my money if this was offered to me? If the answer is no, we do not do it, regardless of what the law says. We would not build it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, I think my questions are just very direct. One is how you relate with your professional architects in your outfit. Okay, so and do you just hire architects or you use registered architects? So we use registered architects. For every project that we want to embark on, we go for the best registered architects, because we also, just like my friend Alabi said, you also want to be able to sell that product, and you want people to be able to appreciate that product, because if the product is not marketable, you will not be able to sell the product. So yes, we use only registered architects for our developments, but also we have in-house architects that we hire. And how do I relate with them? Well, as an entrepreneur, I'm not a professional architect. So like I said earlier, when I did my presentation, I am into buying and selling. So I am a trader. So I relate with them as a businessman. But then again, because I'm very passionate about what I do, especially when it comes to development, real estate development, I get involved. And how do I get involved? For everything that I want them to bring out, I become a part of it. So like growing up, I used to see my father draw a house on the floor. So he wants to build our family house in the village. He just goes, then I never saw any architects get involved. So it was my dad using his fingers to, just scribble something on the floor. And then he will apportion the rooms. This is my room. This is your sister's room. And that's, and then he goes up. And this now brings me to the second question. What's the secret of you're not from a rich background, you don't have rich relatives and all of that? You're lucky that you guys are in the age of social media where you can market. Right now, most of my projects, like I said, if you were listening to my presentation, 30% of our developments are sold, are being purchased by diaspora by clients. That is to say that a lot of our projects are seen by people who don't even come to the site. Like we are online, we are marketing, we have agents who are marketing the product, and they don't go to London or America to go and market this product. Just with their handheld Android phone, they are marketing this project. So that's number one, and then again, for you as a young man, all you need is determination and focus. When I came to Lagos, there was only Sosoliso. So I actually came to Lagos on a 9th bus. So I also did not have a rich background. Okay, but I came to Lagos as a determined young man who is ready to survive. And I didn't have my father or my relative buy any of my projects. So, but I was out there pushing the product without the help of the social media then, but just making sure that I wake up every morning and try to reach out to those who are privileged, since I don't have them in my own background, but I go to them and market my product. I mean, it's not going to be easy on first sight, but as you keep pushing, which is where determination comes in, you know, you definitely break through. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. The responses are quite inspiring. I just wish we had more time to ask a few more insights, but they are natural, they're organic, they're things we can all identify with, both from Dr. Anyaso and from Mr. Laolu Alabi. Fantastic responses, and the questions are germane. So we want to thank immensely the speakers, this set of speakers. We also want to thank those who have listened rapturously to them and brought out a few questions to ask them, and that solicited for these kind of responses. We cannot thank you enough. On behalf of Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, we want to thank you all. And above all, without the audience that are listening to all of us, we will just be sitting here like a partner of professionals who don't know what to do, because there won't be anybody here for us to speak to. So we thank you for the privilege to be able to anchor this set of speeches and lectures and keynote address. And above all, we want to thank our keynote address lecturer today, who had been with us right from the get-go today and up till this moment. At this moment, I would like the compare to take over and take us to the next issues or set of events we have before we have the close of the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a big round of applause for our speakers and the questionnaires and everyone that is here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman of Session. We actually found that we have so many questions online. So many people have asked questions. So we need to find a way to satisfy our online audience as well. But in the meantime, it will be, we thank our speakers, Architect Tolu Bawa Ala, Architect Laolu Alabi, and Dr. Chimobianya. So we truly appreciate you. And we'll be calling upon Professor Kidele to do us the honors of giving them the award. And yes.
Hello, my name is Hans de Groot. Do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
I would like Dr. Chimaobi to please come forward to collect your plea. Well, we really thank you very much for honoring us as architects, despite the fact that you're a businessman, but you now do business in relation to architecture and built environment. You're an estate businessman.
Okay,
you have been
wonderful. Thank you.
Wonderful. Because it's from your experience that those of us that sat down there, especially the younger ones, you know, they learn from you. And for the question that was asked, the way you answered it, I think it motivates the younger ones. Thank you very much. From Lagos State Chapter of NIA, we appreciate your coming. And next time we call you, I hope you will like to be with us as well. Thank you very much. I would like to call I will say my son now. Tolubawa Ala, where are you? All right. You're welcome, sir. You know, Toluba Wahala, we thank God for your life. Okay. Right from the youth. Fortunately, you know, the father is not around, but he's around because we are very, very close. I'm very proud of you. And I know that my colleagues are proud of you as well. We have people from your former school and you have made us great. Yes, you are a registered architect and we learned a lot from you, from where, you know, you push architecture to. So on behalf of Lagos State chapter of NIA, we are extending, you know, our greetings, especially on the foundation that Daddy laid in the civil service, you know. So, and you are building on top of that. You know, our prayers is that our youngers will be greater than we. And this is an example of that. And the way you talk to the younger ones, you know, they will be greater than you as well. So on behalf of Lagos State chapter of NIA,
Please permit me to invite architect Florence Dipe to do the honors for architect Laolu Alabi. Thank you, sir.
Laolu, please step forward. Thank you very much for that very brilliant presentation. Well, Laolu is someone I know very well, so the depth of his presentation did not come to me as a surprise. So in fact, I wouldn't have expected anything different. There was this saying some years back, if you're a professor, you must profess well. If you're a commander-in-chief, you must chiefly command well. And if you're a speaker, you must speak very, and you have done very well today. And so on behalf of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State chapter, it's my pleasure to present you this as a speaker at this occasion. And thank you very much for what you've been able to do.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a quick project presentation for 5 minutes by Daikin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zansi. And we're from Daikin Air Conditioning, the world's leading air conditioning company from Japan. Before I get into it, I would like to specially thank the NIA and the organizers of the Lagos Architect Forum for this platform. Every year keeps getting better. For us at Daikin, we don't just like architects, we love architects because we appreciate the fact that architects are at the forefront of our dynamically changing and evolving city. I dare to say that without architects, we at Daikin, we would not exist. That being said, oh, wow, okay. No, it's not, hello? The screen's gone off. Thank you. So that being said, while we're waiting for the technicals to come up, 2022 marked an important shift and return to bullish development. Our developers will testify. And advanced innovations in construction materials and methods to make our buildings more airtight and aesthetically appealing. Rising temperatures, all of this implies that air conditioning is no longer a luxury, but a necessity. And I'm glad to say that Mr. Laulu and Mr. Tulu have done a lot of work for me. They've already done, quite a number of work for me. So for us at Daikin, aside from architects, we're also passionate about air. What's going on?
The next one.
Okay. So like I said, for us at Daikin, we're also passionately committed to air. This is a video, please, can you play?
Thank you. We have to. I didn't want to. That's the next one.
Okay, we're working on the sound. Okay, please, can you start all over again? Thank you. Okay, so just play the video, please.
Yeah. It's all around us.
Outside,
inside. It impacts every aspect of our lives, our health, our happiness, from the clothes we wear, to what we do, to where we choose to live. It is essential to our existence. At Daikin, our world revolves around it. It's been a pursuit for almost 100 years to establish a standard in over 150 countries, from all over the world. And now, right around the world, we are air specialists, changing the paradigm of what people think is possible. Whether heating, air conditioning, or air quality and control, our heritage is built on our passion for overcoming the ever-evolving challenges of the air around us. Leveraging the air intelligence, our technical innovation, manufacturing operations, and commitment to air factor with customer satisfaction. Our intent is to deliver comfort that exceeds your lifestyle expectation, because the air where you work, where you create, where you live is important. And you can all read easy because it's Daikin's well-based technology. Included in a popular residential and commercial compressed solution. Designed to make the air inside refreshing as the air outside. Better quality. Better comfort. Better control and efficiency. So your experience goes beyond conventional HVAC, and every day is purpose. Inside, air.
Thank you very much for that. So we can see how air impacts our lives as much as the space that we're designing. Like I mentioned previously, we're the world's leading air conditioning from Japan, and we've come a long way. We are 99 years, and next year is going to be big for us. We'll be 100 years, and we'll be sharing that experience with the Lagos Architects Forum as well. We've come a long way from 1924 when we were established in Osaka, Japan, and up until, like I mentioned, 2024 will be our 100 years anniversary. We've had a number of leading technologies which has been developed by Daikin, which I will get into. And this is just a highlight of some of the milestones we've had. We're the undisputed leader operating in over 106 countries, including Nigeria. Yes. We have production bases worldwide, and we're right here in Nigeria, and we're going to highlight that. One of the key things about OSA Daikin that makes it very interesting for us is we've invested over $300 million in our own technology and innovation center in Osaka, Japan. This building is a zero emission building. So please, if you find yourself in Japan anytime soon and you would like to visit our technology innovation center, and one key thing about this center also, it brings across diverse professionals. So it's not just engineers working in there. We have architects working in there. We have biochemists as well. Sustainability is at the core of our technology, and it actually impacts everything that we do. It lays the foundation for our next generation technologies, which are some of the and these are some of the technologies that we've developed in Daikin over the years. The inverter solution, which is becoming commonplace, refrigerant control. And this is our unique solution, the VRV solution, which actually operates on a demand and supply. So you are not using 100% at every time T. You are going to use a demand and supply. So even if you need 20%, the unit only uses up that capacity. This technology was developed by us at Daikin, and beyond that, it also has the VRT. The VRT means that we're not just regulating your demand based on your indoor conditions, we're also regulating it based on your outdoor. So for every 4-degree drop in your outdoor temperature, your unit will also sense that and drop the temperature required by the refrigerant. That means that we're improving energy efficiency. Another key thing for us is the R32, which is a zero ozone depletion gas. So typically for us in the air conditioning industry, we're being blamed severally for the depletion of the ozone layer. So Daikin has developed the R32 refrigerant, and that's the only one right now that is commercially available. Another commitment for sustainability, which is the discussion that we're having today, is our end-to-end commitment. This saw the first Daikin Development Center in Africa, here in the heart of Nigeria, Lagos City. We're located in after Lekki, where we actually, thank you for that, where we actually engage technicians free of charge. So all Daikin technologies are available here for training models. So you can just go in there, access it, see if you would like to be a part. So we get a number of estate developers, architects saying they have people that they have technical capacities and they want them to improve, and we do that for them. Another thing that is very interesting for us, in which we're working together with the architects community, is our green building solutions. That's Nestor Towers, one of the LEED certified buildings in Nigeria. It's a Daikin reference project. And our plan for 2023 and beyond is to have more of this type of projects. And it becomes a win-win for Daikin and for the architects, because then you are able to design green building solutions using Daikin. And based on this, we have expertise that will consult for you, give you the suggestions, the solutions that you can do to get this certification, and also the solutions that you can use that are Daikin. So please, you can come and register for this as well. Thank you. Okay. I'm talking about our operations, because how do we do what we do? We're based in Daikin, Middle East Africa. Our headquarters is in the UAE. Yes, and we're here in Nigeria at the Molinia Towers. The Africa office is at the Molinia Towers in Ikoyi. And this is very interesting for us. This is our property in the UAE. It's totally off-grid with zero emissions, and it is all on Daikin solutions. We've gotten a number of accolades for this building because of this design. And this Okay, we don't do this alone. The success of our story is based on our partners, EMC. What to you, Jennifer?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Ezela. I work with Daikin. We are the official distributor of Daikin products. Our office is at number 5 Sanusi VI, and we have another office at Abuja. So stop by our stand. It's just by your Airstream, the right side. You will see Daikin booth 2. Please stop by and see some of our products being displayed. Thank you very much.
So I would like to mention that some of our success stories for EMC and Daikin are like the Echo Pearl. And that's why I said Mr. Tolu had actually done so many things for us. Some of the great images he showed are all Daikin reference sites. The Echo Pearl is on Daikin. Landmark Towers is on Daikin. Ebony Live Cinemas just across is on Daikin. The Dangote Refinery he showed is on Daikin. And recently, going to be the biggest church in Africa, the Ark Legacy Project is on Daikin.
All these are done by
very, very much,
the
Daikin.
official distributor of Daikin.
Thank you very much, Daikin.
And have a good day.
So if you want to work with us, you can just take a screenshot of that and then.
That is done. That is done.
Yes, we're at booth 2 of the Lagos Architect Forum 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. What are we doing?
Introduce that.
Okay.
That's the outcome now.
It is still the Lagos Architects Forum 2023. So we have now connected to our international partners who are going to give us a 10-minute talk on mass timber construction, Mr. Hans Brut. Please, while we're waiting. Are they on now?
There we go. Yeah, but I can't share my screen. Hello. Okay. Okay, but good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for inviting me to your forum. I'm really honored. As you understand, the knowledge of modern mass timber building is not that widespread in Nigeria, and I'm glad I can be your guide into the world of wood, starting some centuries ago and then work up to our century. I share with you a lot of knowledge to give you a solid foundation. This means that I will show you up-tempo a lot of slides in the limited time of 25 minutes. But the organization will send you the PDF of my presentation, so you can go through it in your own tempo later. I'm waiting for my presentation to start. Well, my name is Hans de Groot. In the first place, I'm a writer and then a consultant and an advisor, especially in wood architecture and wood products. In the first place, I'm a man of art and language. At a certain point in my life, I entered the wood world as editor and later editor-in-chief of a wood magazine. In a period of almost 35 years, I wrote around 1,000 articles and publications. And after my retirement in 2018, I founded my own business. Wood is still my core business. My activities are worldwide, as you can see when the presentation starts. So please start my presentation so I can go on with my story. I need my presentation now, unless I can go on. Yes. Hello. I hope I can go on now. Okay. It's loading now my presentation. Just one moment, please. Look, a wonderful picture of Nigeria, as you can see. Okay, well, this is my CV. The first place, I'm a writer, I told you. Now I'm a director of my own business. Do a lot of things, as you can see. As a writer, I start with a poem. The Endless Sea. If you want to build up, if you want to build a ship, don't drum up people to gather wood. Don't divide the work and don't give orders. Instead, teach them first to yearn for the endless sea. This means to achieve something, this is the right mindset. You have to first learn it to yourself and then to other people. It's about following your dream, using imagination, and about pushing back frontiers. What can you create from a poplar tree? Wooden shoes. Next example. What can you fantasize from this piece of California redwood? A linkfish. Amazing, isn't it? And now is this man an eccentric or someone with the right mindset? One thing is clear, everything can be made out of wood. Let's start now with a short story of wood and wood products, starting at 1592. This year saw the invention of the sawmill. Before that, sawing a tree took a week. Since that year, building was much more easier and faster. Yes, it was the start of the industrialization. Early this century, a group of volunteers decided to rebuild it in order to discover how they did it in the old days. These eccentrics spent a lot of time and money in it, but they learned a lot. Look at the inner and interior, how impressive it is. The inventor, Cornelis Zoom van Uitgeest, had the luminous idea to turn the circular movement of the sails into the up and down movement of the frame saws via a crank saw shaft. The rest is history. Let's first start with some wood products that exist somewhat longer. Glue laminated wood is already 1.5 centuries among us. Pieces of wood, lamellas, are glued together and lengthened via finger joints to considerable dimensions. It can also be bent, as you can see on the right picture. The finger joint technique and a lot of dimensions. Seeing is believing. This truck is on its way from the Netherlands through Germany to Denmark. It's an enormous piece of wood. These are more simple forms. Glulam is only 2 and 3 layers. It's for columns. There are many wood species available for glulam. Softwoods and hardwoods. The hardwoods are quite young. So here you see one of American white oak in glulam, hardwood. Wonderful stadium. The more fan, you could say. Here detail. So next one, plywood. Already exists a century or so in many forms, soft and hardwoods, various top layers and top coatings and dimensions. It consists either of veneers or of chips glued together. It can also be bent, as you can see on the right side. Laminated veneer lumber, LVL. It's a plywood, but it can be seen as well a construction material. It's so strong it can be part of the supporting structure, as column or as panel. Here's some parts of LVL. The finished product. We have two forms, Cat2S and Cat2Q. This Cat2Q, 20% of the veneers are glued crosswise to make it a stiff and strong panel. Another product from this LVL, I-beams, especially for roofs and floors. And also these products. Baubogen. Boog is German for beech. This is LVL from beech. So a hardwood product, very strong. At the right side, you see a wonderful application. Here together with CLT and glulam. It's a feast of wood. Modified wood. That's a Dutch invention. In the meantime, there are more products on the market. The technique is to bake and roast the wood, by which the structure changes and the wood becomes more durable, from durability class 5 to class 1 or 2. The big advantage is that it can be used outside, for instance, for facade paneling. This picture shows another modified wood, Accoya. It's radiata pine from New Zealand, treated with acetic acid. It's the same improvement of durability. The process is environmentally very friendly. A major influence are CNC machines. By connecting a computer program to the CNC machine, it can mill all kinds of forms, fast and dimensionally stable. In this case, the eccentric director of a company measuring equipment for electric instruments wanted to provide his personnel, the whole day busy with techniques and arithmetic, with a relaxing space. Why not? Of course, you do that. It's executed in CLT by a 5-axis CNC machine. Production took 2.5 months. The body is built up in slices as the drawing shows. A big effort in creativity with a superb result. A very specialist biomimicry research program of the Institute for Computational Design in Stuttgart. They research the construction methods of nature and how it can serve our human construction methods. Part of the program is to build every year a pavilion together with students. Learning is doing and doing is learning. Subject of this pavilion is the construction of seashells. The students learn a lot about high-tech engineering, robotica, CNC production, materials science, biology. And this is absolutely an adventure to build a stitched pavilion. Marvelous are the two souvenir shops in the National Museum of Qatar, fully executed by CNC machines and consisting of 40,000 elements of European oak, quite expensive, by the way. The inspiration was the Cave of Light close by. So I would say, hooray for CNC machines, hooray for eccentric architects. A man who has very much contributed to the development of ultra-modern wood products and wood architects is the Swiss Hermann Blumer. He's a very humble man. Though a professor, he finds himself in the first place a carpenter. His mottos and the title of his book, Holz kan die Welt veranderen, wood can change the world, are very programmatic. There are no borders for him. Here's some inventions he made, embedded steel joints, which are functional as well as aesthetic, and the wood protects the steel against fire. Two other wood products he developed. He was also a doer, not only a thinker, as the right picture shows. Amazing what he did. He's especially known through his collaboration with the Japanese architect Shigure Ban, another person with the right mindset. Once again, why shouldn't you do these thrilling projects? Answer, it is only natural. Colossal, but easy possible in wood. Now an overview of mass timber products. These have undergone one or more technical treatments like shortening, finger jointing, gluing, milling, and the like. Here's scheme, panels, beams, columns. Let's go further. Nail laminated timber, NLT. A strong product, but difficult to produce and later to reuse because of the nails, of course, as you can imagine. Here the mode of nailing, an application in the roof, in the ceiling. Dow laminated timber is something sympathetic. In the softwood lamellas, holes are drilled. They are filled up with dried back beech dowels. They absorb the moisture of the softwood and swell. In that way, the lamellas get completely stuck to each other, giving a strong and stiff element. Application in the roof. Sorry. Next one. Now we come to projects made from chips, parallel strand lumber. You can see the application dimensions. Or in the strand lumber, OSL. Laminated strand lumber, LSL. Application of LSL. Mass plywood panel, MPP. An interesting product with a thickness up to 60 centimeters. That's enormous. Here's some applications. Now we come to CLT, cross-laminated timber, the main engineered wood product. It's around 50 years old. One moment. Yes? Hello? I have to round up. It's very difficult because I'm in the middle of my presentation. So let's go on. Take a look at it at home later. Let's see the pictures. I'm really sorry they can't tell my story. It's about a Lagos evolving organism. But alas, I can't tell you things about it. So I go now very fast. Projects in wooden hardhouse buildings all over the world. Here, that was a African project. Leon Lamont will tell about it. In Lagos, the Tower of LVL project. 3 rules of thumb in conclusion. You read it at home. Well, this is my final remarks. Sorry, my final remarks, if you allow me. It's about the right attitude of life. You could say the water is cold, the water is wet, the water is deep, I'm no fish, but the only way to swim is to dive into the water. It's about following and realize your dreams, as I told in the beginning. So you can pile up a high amount of objections, but one instrument to tackle them all is in one stroke is the will. If you want it, the lake is paved. If everyone wants it, the ocean is paved. So let's start the mass timber revolution in Lagos State, Nigeria. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hans de Grue.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so we'll quickly have our next product presentation. Please, we still have one speaker left. So please, if you're still on the exhibition floor, please come back up. We still have a speaker for today. We're going to try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. So please, we'll have Bosch for their product presentation now.
Yeah, please.
Have it presented.
Please, if you're down on the exhibition floor, the conference is still ongoing. Kindly come upstairs so we can wrap up. We still have one more speaker for today, so please don't go.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ma. Yeah. I'm happy to introduce myself to you as Sheifumi Ojomu, and I deputize for the country business director for Robert Bosch Nigeria. And we are currently very happy to be part of this Lagos Architect Forum once again. We've actually had opportunities to be part of it from time immemorial, and we're happy that we are still part of it again. And we want to fascinate you once again and also introduce our products and our company to you at large. Yeah. So who are we? As Bosch, we are part of, as Bosch Power Tools, we are part of a bigger conglomerate, which is a global company, which is actually located in Germany. And we have the country sales office for Nigeria, headquartered in Lagos for Nigeria. Our provision actually cuts across various divisions. So we have solutions that are actually benefiting the automotive aftermarket world. We have solutions for thermotechnology, which has to do with boilers and industrial and domestic boilers. We also have solutions that are centered around packaging industries. And then we have solutions that are specifically for consumer goods, which has to do with construction, DIYers and artisans, which is what I represent as Power Tools. From what we can look at on the screen, we see that we have offering for people that are actually professionals and then industrialized markets. And then we have things for DIYers. So our target market alone is not only people that are professionals, or should I say big applicators and big operators. We also deal with DIYers and individuals that are actually fascinated with the power tool industry. We are currently located across almost all the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. We have several dealers and we operate with a lot of informal dealers also. So this means we are currently within reach of many people that can actually visit us directly at the office, and we have dealers that represent our network and also offer the same thing that we offer in our own main offices. We also have special mediums by which we actually sell directly to individuals. So we have solutions that are targeted to individuals to approach us to make purchases. We also have dealers that represent us in places where we are not available physically with our own people. And then we have different business models that we actually use to actually meet dealers in other far regions, which includes driving to your home to actually deliver our products to you. Well, who are our users? I was saying it earlier that we have users cut across different industries. Our users can be found in the common markets where you have artisans, installers, and should I say the regular carpenters and welders, and also the guys that actually build our homes. Also, we have users that are found in professional regions like us here, architects, builders, quantity surveyors, and the likes. We have a lot of solutions that are actually targeted towards this kind of people. So the people we represent are entirely anybody that is actually involved in building in any way, involved in any kind of construction, involved in any kind of DIY procedures also that you actually want to do as to relate to construction. Also, we as a company in Nigeria, we also visit our customers and our clients. We are available to actually come to you. Over our existence in Nigeria since we started in 2014, we've actually had more than 3,000 user engagements. This means we take the whole of our own resources, come to your site, come to your projects, and actually apply our trainings, and at the same time, take out some examples of our tools and things in our portfolio to actually show you the kind of solutions we have to meet your regular needs. Likewise, we also involve ourselves in a lot of user empowerment. So this means the trainers we've met, the trainees we've actually met with. We've had a lot of collaboration with different bodies within the country where we actually offer training and also examples. And then at the end of the day, we issue them maybe some free kits to actually help them at their task and do their job better. This is us just trying to populate the environment with Bosch Power Tools and also to properly sell the kind of advantage that you can actually have using Bosch Power Tools. We also have a diverse range of cordless solutions for professional power in our professional power tool ranges. Here we have solutions that can actually last you for the period of your job if you actually have limited space to actually use electricity at site. This means that we have cordless solutions that is cutting across the most of our products where you don't actually have to use your wire or probably take electricity to site. And at the same time, you can use the same battery on most of the tools that we actually have in our network. Yeah, another interesting part of our product solution is actually the measuring tools, which is actually very beneficial to many architects also. We have various line lasers that you can use indoors and outdoors. We also have rotation lasers, which is useful indoors and outdoors. And we have optical levels, which are essentially useful for taking levels and also helping us build slopes. We also offer various ranges of range finders. These are distance range finders that are just pocket friendly, which is useful during recce exercises and also taking quick measurements. So the bulk of our measuring tool solutions actually identifies heavily with builders, architects, and of course, every other person that is involved in actually taking anything that has to do with measurements. Yeah, our tools don't just work by itself. We also have accessories that are actually complementary to our tools. So for the tools to work, we need the accessories to actually be part of it. The tool is just a driver, while the accessories many times are actually the implements that are carrying out the job itself. So we have various accessories that are compatible with all our tools and also tools that are out of our portfolio. So this means if you have a different brand of tool, for example, we have complementary accessories that can actually be useful if you go check out our portfolio in a wider range that will actually fit your own tool, even if you did not buy a Bosch tool in the hand. Lastly, it is not enough that we just sell the tools only. It is also important that we actually let you know that service, maintenance, and everything that has to do with repairs can also be maintained in-house. So because we are here existing with our own entity, we actually have our own service center. We offer full-time service. We offer the warranty options, even for tools that you did not buy from us. Probably you got it from a different country and you have it in country and you require service and repairs for them. We have them in country to actually take care of them. So right now we have 12-month warranty standard on all our tools. At the same time, we have extended warranty for special cases where we offer what we call full service that can extend up to 2 years in many cases. We also promise a 48 hours turnaround time. This means that if you bring your tools to us and you approve some kind of repair or you require some kind of warranty topics to be delivered, in 48 hours, we can ensure that you can actually have your tool back. In special cases also, we offer you a loan tool. This means while your tool is with us, if it's critical, we can offer you something else to take back with you that you continue to use until we are actually done with your tool. All this is targeted at ensuring that our customers are essentially satisfied and they are totally happy with the service. Finally, we also offer a 360-degree pickup service. This means no matter your location, all over around the country, we ensure that the tools are picked up from you using express services at no cost to you, and then we also return the tools to you. At the end of the day, our interest is that the customer is happy with our service, and at the same time, we're also able to respond quickly to all kind of downtime that our customers will experience with our tools and ensure that everybody's happy at the end of the day. We are still within these premises and we are represented at our booths close to the exit of the hall. We'll be happy if people come around if you have more questions. And if you really want to see the bulk of our portfolio, we have catalogs as a stand that is useful for everybody and you can take home with you. We'll be happy to answer more questions over there. Thank you very much. We're happy.
Thank you very much, Bosch. Please, we encourage everyone here to please visit their stand to see the wonderful tools that they have. We are sorry that we are behind schedule today. There's been too many activities and many of these speeches that we've had have been very, very engaging. But we have one person who we have to listen to his lecture, Mr. Kolade Peter. It's a delight pleasure to introduce Kolade Peter, a dynamic and ambitious architect. He's an accomplished project manager with a unique blend of skills and experience in architecture, environmental and urban design, and traffic safety management solutions. With over a decade of experience in the industry, Kolade has supervised multiple traffic safety solutions and management projects across Nigeria and has meritoriously earned himself a reputation as a top-tier professional in his field. Having bagged a bachelor degree in architecture, as well as a master's degree in environmental design from the prestigious University of Lagos, Kolade's post-academic experience took off at PM plus CDC, a multidisciplinary design and construction firm. There he honed his skills in architecture and design. He proceeded to join Wilco Management Company as a facility manager, where he gained extensive experience in project management, team leadership, and client engagement. Driven by his passion for art and science and design, Kolade ventured into the traffic management industry, where he currently works as a project manager for one of the topmost traffic management solution firms in Lagos, Nigeria. He has successfully managed numerous projects within Lagos and across Nigeria. Some of these projects include, but are not limited to, the installation of road markings, traffic signs, and traffic lights. With the intervention of his expertise in these projects, there has been an enhancement in traffic flow, reduction of accident rates, and improvement of road safety in numerous parts of the country. Despite his busy schedule, Kolade still practices architecture and has developed an impressive portfolio of designs that reflect his creative flair and attention to detail. Having visited 29 out of 36 states in Nigeria, Kolade can be aptly described as a true and traveled Nigerian architect. This exposure has given him a unique perspective on the challenges facing urban design and traffic management in Nigeria. Kolade's wealth of experience, hard skills, and soft skills have made him a sought-after speaker on the subject of traffic management and urban design. He constantly brings a unique perspective to the table. He is well suited to speak at our forum on traffic safety management solutions as a tool for the evolution of Lagos City. In the light of all this, Kolade Peter, a talented and accomplished professional with a wealth of experience in architecture, environmental and urban design, and traffic safety management solution, is the man for this job. You are welcome, sir. Please, if you are at the exhibition stands, please make your way up to the gallery for a very enticing speech that we're about to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I continue, I'd like to say a short story. So like over a decade ago while I was in school, a young guy came to school looking for students that could use softwares to bring about his ideas. In my class, I selected 3 of us. Out of the selection, I am like the last person, and that's what has entuned my career since then. Like you said, I got my BSc in architecture, University of Lagos, same as master in environmental design. But as of today, I don't work completely as an architect. I work as a traffic safety person. I am honored to speak at the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos Architect Forum today. I would like to thank the organizers of this distinguished event. Thank you very much. And I would like to, even though they are not seated now, I would like to give honors to the chairman, Lagos chapter of Nigerian Institute of Architects, and every other person that needs to be recognized. Without further ado, let me just quickly go so that I know the time is fast spent. I don't take our time too much. I'll just quickly run through what I have to say. The world's population officially hit 8 billion souls as of November 15, 2022. So I'll talk, this is what my slide looks like. And there's a popular slogan for us that does traffic safety. We say white line saves lives. So the world's population officially hit 8 billion souls as of November 15, 2022. And as the world population continues to grow, so does the number of people living in urban areas. With more people comes more traffic. And this can put a significant strain on road transport infrastructure. Congestion, accidents, and delay becomes more common, making it difficult for people to move around efficiently and safely. This map was gotten from the UN organization website. And we can see where Nigeria lies there. Nigeria is like over 200 million people. And because we're talking about Lagos in Nigeria, Lagos is, as we say of today, is the biggest city in Africa. I think a little bit bigger now than Cairo, with a population of about 20 million people. With the population of Lagos, about 20 million people, out of the 20 million people in Lagos, more than half of 20 million people in Lagos comes out every day on road in Lagos. Do we have enough roads to take everybody at the same time in Lagos? Lagos, as of today, I think we have about 5,000 and something roads in Lagos. 11% of that federal government roads. 52% of that is state government roads, and 18% thereabout is local government road. Because of the huge population and people still coming into Lagos, there are bound for traffic on the roads, road accidents, and all of that. So that's where we come in, to create a safe road for people to use, not just for people, even goods and services. The world leading cities across the world, like New York, Malaysia, all of them, they still struggle with traffic and congestion and accident on the road. So for a city like Lagos, it is not like it's a bad thing, but we are supposed to learn from those cities. So these cities have also prioritized road safety management to optimize outcomes. For instance, New York City Vision Zero initiative aimed to eliminate traffic fatalities and injuries through a combination of engineering, education, and enforcement measures. Meanwhile, Tokyo has implemented a comprehensive transportation system that integrates various modes of transport, including train, buses, and cycling paths to reduce congestion. The present government watchword or agenda is this. And if we see the first pillar there, talks about traffic management and transportation. And I think they've done quite well thus far. By the blue line is on, that will further reduce congestion, I think by about 250,000 people every day, once it gets fully into action. The previous government created a BRT, which is a good way of reducing traffic on our roads also. Lagos has been taking steps to improve road safety management, has repeatedly drawn inspiration from the strategies implemented by other leading cities, like I said earlier on, because the cost of managing transport is a lot. Some cities, some countries cannot even afford to do all of that. But of course, they have to learn from the bigger city. So Lagos State in Nigeria is one of the only states that really take cognizance of traffic safety and management solution in Nigeria. When we talk about traffic safety and management, there are a lot involved in it. Junction improvement, traffic road signs, traffic lights, street lights at night, road markings, and all of that. This picture we can see on this slide is basically on junction improvements. We see up there what Allen Avenue used to look like. It was a total bottleneck because of the roundabout. They took out roundabouts and turned into a proper signalized intersection, which has further reduced traffic along that axis. The second example of junction improvement is Lekki, most of the Lekki corridor roundabout. That was the before, and you can see what the after looks like. We all know what that place used to look like before the roundabout was taken out. And it's not now to say that once the junction improvement is done, traffic will not come back. Of course, when development comes, over a period of time, the development serve the purpose. So that's why we need professionals that will keep thinking about how to further increase, to further implement other options that will keep helping us on our roads. Road safety engineers can identify relationship between various road design elements and accident risk and focus on implementation of best practice. Traffic safety in developing city like Lagos faces many obstacles that prevent its improvement. For example, low resources, because in this part of the world, government do not really believe that they need to spend money on petty things like road markings, traffic lights, road signs, and all. But they are very important and integral parts of infrastructure. Because a bare road is just there. It's not saying anything to you. You are just on it. It's like a lifeless body. There are potential countermeasures that can be employed, which include the following. Strategic management and planning for casualty reduction, road markings, like I said earlier on, design of traffic calming and speed management scheme, design of pedestrian bridges or crossings and cycling paths and parking facilities, to mention but a few. I'll take the last part of it. Parking facilities is what we really lack a lot in this part of the world. On a regular working day, if you go maybe to CBD in Ikeja or VI, you see everybody parked on the road. Those are little things that causes backlog of traffic. There's an opportunity for people to come and really invest in like creating a proper parking, multi-level parking spaces or wide open parking spaces. For example, I took the picture up there and made a proposal with the picture down and below it. In this picture, I've been able to create a cycling lane, a pedestrian walk path, the street lights, and a well-marked road. And this is what our cities and road. For Lagos, that is an evolving organism. This is where we should aim at to be in maybe another 10, 15 years. We all remember this accident a few weeks or months back, the collision between the train and the BRT bus. In developed world, these things happened also, but not as rampant as it happens here. I said a collision between a train and a BRT bus. What could have been done to avoid this situation? Proper boom barriers, well signalized junction between a rail track and a road, gates, and so many other things that can be done that would have informed the BRT guy from just running straight into, because by the time he gets close to that place and a train is coming, the boom barriers comes down automatically by itself. So it cannot just drive through and cause that kind of accident up there. So like I said, traffic safety management encompasses a lot of things. Junction improvement, which I've mentioned, But I would like to really emphasize on road marking as a road safety tool. Some of us see all these white lines on the road and we don't even know what they mean. Every white line that we see on the road has a meaning that it speaks to the road users. But because, like I said, I keep saying any part of the world, we really do not know about it. I'm sure out of about 36 states in Nigeria, Lagos State is the only state that are so far prioritized to do all of this. And like I said earlier, I said we have over 5,000 roads in 5,000 kilometers, not road in Lagos. Out of that, maybe 50, half of it is well marked with proper road infrastructure. So Lagos as an evolving organism, which organism is something that lives and grows. If we really want to achieve the mega city that we claim that we are, we need to have all of this on our roads, because mega cities all over the world, they have infrastructures like this. Road markings are horizontal signs designed to segregate and direct traffic safety and efficiently in a variety of road situations, from high-speed trunk roads and high-volume urban environment to unit rural roads. The use of road marking has grown with the use of vehicles initially as a result of the first National Conference on Street and Highway Safety in Washington. That was in the year 1925. But now, it has now become a major thing. It's a multi-million-dollar international road safety industry that we are not tapping into in this part of the world. Road marking make a vital contribution to safety by clearly defining paths to be followed through hazards, by separating conflicting movements, and by directing the road edge on the road, even at night too. If we are conversant, some of us that have seen this, I'm sure that after today, we'll try to check all these things. They are not just markings. If you drive through at night, you see that they reflect back to you. Even if there are no street lights on the road, you can be able to pick your path on the road and drive safely. These are some of the road marking jobs that I have done. I said these lines and markings, different type of marking. There are different type of marking, the vertical, horizontal marking, the transverse markings, worded markings, and several others. In these pictures, we can see the vertical markings, the transverse marking, the worded markings. Transverse markings are those ones that really speaks, like the directional arrows that we can see there. The worded stop, which shows at intersection where you are not supposed to drive beyond, for the pedestrian to be able to make use of the pedestrian crossing to the other side. And of course, this is a well signalized intersection with traffic lights, proper road marking, and street lights. On the other picture there, we have the yellow box. I'm sure if I ask anybody in this hall, maybe a few people will know what the yellow box actually means. It's supposed to be a no-stop area on the road. Ideally, if governments are really put a lot of interest in this, it's even a source of IGR, internally generated revenue for them. Because once you have found parking on the yellow box, you are supposed to be arrested or your vehicle should be impounded. But of course, we don't have all that knowledge in these parts of the world. Because we are in an architectural environment, I tried to, and of course, like I said, I'm an architect also. I tried to bring the two field together. So I said architecture, education in traffic safety. Of course, we are designers and they taught us all these things in school, human geometry, space, form, functionality, and aesthetics, all of that. They taught us understanding human behavior and all of that back then in school. Architects' knowledge about human behavior, how it impacts road safety, how people behave on the road, makes architects well suited to design roads, intersections, and public spaces that are better suited to human behavior and reduce the risk of accidents. Architects can also deploy the latest road safety technology into road designs. For example, smart traffic lights, crosswalk, and other technologies that can be used to reduce risk, which is what I do now as an architect. Let me not bore us with all of this. So, design priorities, pedestrian design, transit design priorities, bicycle design priorities, automobile design priorities. All of these are what we as architects even consider when we make our design. So it's not like it's out of context completely. So traffic safety engineering for real estate. Traffic safety engineering is a vital aspect of any evolving city. Real estate developers must prioritize traffic safety within designing their property, Incorporating proper road markings, speed limit signs, and pedestrian walkway can significantly improve the overall safety of an area, of our estate. This will not only benefit property owners, but also increase the value of their investments. That's just a typical design, which includes a bicycle lane, 2 driveways, pedestrian, and all that. And a live example of that is the Lakwe Golf Lake Resort in Lekki also. In conclusion, traffic safety engineering is an important component of every evolving community. Traffic engineers work to create safer communities every day for pedestrians, vehicles, and anything in between. From the road you drive to the path you walk, traffic engineering can help create positive and efficient experience for everyone. For better effectiveness of the aforementioned strategies, safety management needs to be established and multi-directional approach should be considered. I made a note here. How it affects Lagos? How could a transport master plan help Lagos? A new light rail scheme is being developed in Lagos. The first stage of it, the blue line, is out already. An integrated transport system that links road and rail and waterways network together will further decongest our road, because people will be able to travel by train, by the waters, and a few people that would not be able to use the other options will be able to be on the road. A waterway network of ferries making use of the water around Lagos, because my one of the speakers yesterday spoke elaborately on the waterways, which is also very important to further decongest and reduce traffic and road casualties in Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kolade Peter. We're going to coordinate some questions and answers with our chairman of sessions, but in lieu of our chairman of sessions, Architect Sani Salawa, would please coordinate. But before we go to that, we have one of our international partners, Mr. Leander Moon, connecting live from New York. So please, we'll connect to him now.
Okay, I hope it works better now. So let me try one more time. It's a pleasure to be here and to be with you today on this Lagos Architects Forum this year. Fortunately, not in person there because I'm currently relocating from New York to Nairobi. So I'm calling in from New York at the moment. I'm Leander Moons, founding partner of OMT Architects in Berlin. We're located. And we work on mass timber and timber construction in East Africa. And today I would like to share with you our experiences in East Africa with implementing mass timber construction there. However, I need to be able to share my screen, so somebody should allow me to do so. Hello? Yeah, I cannot screen share. It says disabled screen sharing. So you need to make me co-host or something. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Sorry about that. But without the screen, it's a bit difficult to still tell the story because the images speak quite a bit for themselves. Maybe I can already talk ahead on, until we resolve the screen sharing issue. So of course, building with timber in the context is it's everywhere in the world. Still, like at the beginning. Of course, we're used to use timber for our buildings, especially single family houses. But for more complex buildings, we use the conventional means as concrete and steel at the moment. And especially we architects are taught in that way to use those materials. And we actually lost a lot of our knowledge about building with timber. So I see the screen is up. I hope that works. I cannot see it, but I would assume it does. So let me just dive into it, and I will keep it short. I know it's late in the afternoon for everybody. So when we look in the world, there's actually very different approaches on building with timber, especially we architects like to look at big and complex buildings, but the majority of the buildings we're building are actually single family houses. And if you look in the world, like in the regions, Europe, where the timber innovation is coming from, actually we see that they build very little with timber, 15% in Germany, 35% in Austria, 50% in Scandinavia. Of course, when the context of the country, mountains, cold gets more complex, then we tend to use timber because it's a simple material which we can implement everywhere without many foundations. In the United States, however, we see that there is 80% of our single family houses being constructed in timber. And of course, this has to do a bit with the American dream. America doesn't have like the cultural background of Europe with the big fires burning down whole cities which were built in timber. So America adopted timber construction because they could build a lot bigger houses with timber than they could in conventional structure. And therefore, like the majority of all the single family houses here in the US is built in timber. Now, how would we relate that back to Africa? There's no real reliable numbers of how much we built with timber in Africa. But for me, a good reference would be like the knowledge which we have is that 51% of the sub-Saharan population lives in informal settings. And informal settings are, per definition, single family houses built with traditional building means. That means a lot of these houses will have, to some extent, timber into them. And often people say, you know, building with timber, cutting down the trees is not good for the environment. Also there, I have this little graph here in the left bottom. We have to think about that a tree like contributes most of the oxygen to our climate in the growing phase. It's like our children. They need a lot more food when they're growing. And when we get older, we should not eat too much because we become just fat. This is the same with trees. When they are like 30 years, 40 years of age, it's actually good to cut them down and to replace them with younger trees because they will create a lot more oxygen for our environment. So also there, if the forestry is done in the right way, timber is really contributing something to our climate. And another thing what I hear often is like there is hardly any wood in Africa. Also that is not true. This is a map of the world. And actually there's more timber, more forest in Africa than there is in Asia when we look at the percentage of land coverage. Of course, a part of that coverage is down to a primary forest, which we should not touch. But a large portion of the forest we have in Africa is also plantations and forests specifically to use in industrial ways. Now, we work a lot in East Africa, especially in Tanzania. There we have like the great setting that we have like over 50% of the country still covered with forest. Nigeria has like slightly less than 10% currently covered with forest. But for example, we also work a lot in Kenya. There we have like 8% forest coverage, and it always depends on how this forest is set up in relation to how we can use it. So we know timber building is good. We know we have the timber. Here, for example, like an image from Tanzania, large plantations, you can drive for hours. It's all mature wood, and currently all that wood is basically driven into the paper mill and not used for construction. So how can we change that? How can we add the value to a product which we have like locally available in Africa at large extents? We currently use a lot for paper, for charcoal, for firewood that doesn't add any value to the resource we are cutting down. Construction adds a lot more value to this resource. And that's combined with the population growth we have in Africa, where like the calculations are around that we will double Africa in size in the next 30 years. That means we have to build also houses for all these people, which will come to the continent in addition to the people already living there. If you do the calculation, 1.2 billion people, 5-6 people in a household, 300 to 400 million houses we need to build. So we have a material which regrows, which is sustainable, and we have a demand to build houses. Why don't we build these houses in a more sustainable way in timber? That basically like started our thinking process 8 years ago. And we are, of course, architects, so we are at the end of this value chain. But if you want to start implementing this, you have to look at the whole value chain. So we looked into the forestry, we looked into what do we have locally available, and we looked into who can actually build and work with that. And based on that, we started a journey of building a city in timber, or at least a big part of it. And that city is called Fumba Town, where I will focus on in this lecture. And that city is located in Zanzibar, off the coast of Tanzania. And it's an overflow city for the fast-growing Zanzibar city. This is the master plan. We built a portion of that already. So this has been built in 8 years' time. Around 50% is built in timber, and I will come to those projects in a moment. The town is not only a town built for timber, it's a sustainable town. So we have a lot of thought also in the landscaping, permacultural principles where the waste is all recycled. There are nurseries, there is waste recycling put back into the soil is sold to the new homeowners, and then they can grow their plants, which they get from the nursery into that. So it's a holistic approach on that. And of course, that approach is done in such a way that we really create community. So we don't want to just create houses and the same houses over and over again. We want to create a lively and vibrant community, which also determines what we're actually building there. And that, of course, consists also out of bars, restaurants, playgrounds, and the great assets we have in this town is that we are just next to the Indian Ocean. So this is the same town 8 years ago. We started basically off with 2 houses. One was built in timber and the other was built in stone, but for the rest, they were identical. We had no idea if local population and people investing their money would be interested in building in timber to start off with. So we started off and we gave them the choice. And we've seen that from that, around slightly more than half chose the timber house. So these timber houses were basically built in a very simple way. They were prefabricated, stick-built timber frame houses. So we have a factory specifically built next to the town. There were no woodworkers in the region, so fishermen from the local villages were educated to work with timber in a factory setting. And then they created these panels, and the panels were put together on site to create these timber houses. Very simple system, very effective to start off with, also to educate the people to actually work with the timber, but of course taking up a lot of precious land. So from there, we started to develop other projects. We went from that 1-story approach to a 2-story approach. We just heard a lecture about traffic. And of course, also in this town, we're looking into how can we reduce the traffic, how can we cut away roads, because the biggest impact on traffic and traffic organization is the upkeep for those roads. So we created this project here where we cut out half of the roads in relation to the other projects and made that into community gardens. And into those gardens, we built the project, which consists out of a very simple housing typology with 4 housing apartments under one roof. And these apartments are set up in a very flexible way. So they can be a general layout 2-bedroom apartments, but they could also integrate a 3-bedroom or a loft setting. You see very optimized in terms of their planning. All the pipework is combined so that we keep the costs down. Now, the thing was, of course, is how do we build a building like this 2-story with a simple timber frame? And this is where we then started to introduce the first mass timber products. And I'm not sure if it is, but I'm 99% sure that this is the first mass timber project done in East Africa and certainly on the island. So we started to use cross-laminated timber for the ceilings. To basically deal with the multi-story approach, both in terms of structure, of course, but also acoustics and fire. So still the walls all prefabricated as timber frame. You see how clean the construction site is. There's minimal waste. All that waste is in the factory. It's reused. So in relation to conventional structure, also more effective. And then this is basically on top of that ground floor, waiting for the concrete to be poured on top to create the acoustics. And this is the project a couple of months ago. So you see like the first houses are finished here on the left. On the right, you see the foundations being prepared. And actually it's interesting because here you see this is just has been assembled to ground floor. Here the roof is already on there. Here the facade is on there, and here the windows are on there, and they're doing the fit out. So you see really the different stages of this this project. So very simple housing. What we of course did in terms of the architectural approach is that we integrated a lot of passive design measures to deal with the harsh climate. We're in a tropical context here, very humid as well. So we have cross ventilation, which you nicely can see on this image, integrated in all apartments. We have an overstand on the roof to reduce the heat gain, and we use this closed panels to open up and to allow ventilation, but also to regulate the amount of light we let go inside. When somebody is not at home, you close the panel, there's less glass, and so there's less light coming inside, and the apartment heats up less. When you're at home, you open the panel, you have cross ventilation, and you have more light inside, not needing to turn on the artificial light. So we think really holistically throughout this process. Of course, we use the CLT here to a good extent to keep it exposed to really also benefit these apartments. But those were of course then the first step, and still didn't bring us to the kind of density we were looking for. So we developed a third project, and this project was done as a kind of townhouse approach, completely in mass timber. And that works really great. This is an image from January where the CLT structure was just assembled. So it all comes prefabricated, is assembled on site, and within a month your whole house stands, and then it basically awaits like the finishing on the outside, and then after that the inside. Again, from an architectural point of view, for example, here marked, all the bathrooms are modular elements. So the house looks very diverse and lively, but it all consists out of the same elements. We just flipped around the balconies from one side to the other to enhance the privacy, but the element on the inside is still the same. It's just mirrored and turned the other way around. The same for the corner units. You see these rooms are the same, these rooms are the same, and these rooms are the same. So modular elements to create diversity in the eventual project, also to keep the cost effective, of course, for these projects. Here you see some images from the inside. Of course, the timber has a great effect on the inside. Not everybody likes it to the full extent, of course, but the big benefit for us in this climate is that the wood doesn't store heat other than, for example, concrete and masonry does. So we have big problems with all the conventional built projects, especially on the top floor in the town, because the buildings heat up and they radiate these heats throughout the day. So you always have to run your AC when you live in a building like that. We don't have that issue in a timber building. It doesn't heat up like that. So your AC becomes a lot more effective. So it brings down your electricity costs a lot. And the other big benefit we have with timber construction is that we don't have the curing time. In a humid and hot climate, concrete takes a lot of time to cure. And timber is just ready to move in right away. And especially when you build new construction in a climate like that, that's a huge benefit. Now, after we built this first building, we asked ourselves, do we need to do all of this in timber? Maybe a relating story to that. I think we as architects need to be very careful about how we work with resources. I mean, we all these days have a mobile phone, and I'm 40 years old. I got my first mobile phone, I think I was 22 years old. I know that in the first 22 years of my life, we have had 3 phones shared with the 5 people, like my 2 sisters and my parents. And in that second stage of my life, I don't know how many phones I had, numerous, and everybody has phones. So we're using all of a sudden a lot more resources, for example, with our phones than we used before. And I think this is something where we need to work on, also when we work with timber. So what we did is, after we built the first building, we went back with the client together and said, how can we optimize this building? Do we need CLT, MS timber everywhere? And how can we optimize that? So we came to a conclusion where we only have the cores and the ceiling still in mass timber, and all the rest is done in timber frame. So that not only reduced resources, it also cut the cost by more than a third down. So we strongly believe that, like, we have to balance between the resources we use also when we build with wood. Wood, like MS timber specifically, is not the solution. It's a solution in the context of like how we combine all materials. Now, with these first 3 projects, we made good strides, and people started to understand why we should build with wood, but we didn't get a lot of attention. So together with our client, we said we need something which sets us apart, which brings us onto the global stage to show what we're doing here and to show how this is actually contributing to the local environment. And we developed this huge project, the Burj Zanzibar. Some of you may have heard about it. So this is a hybrid timber building. And the intention, of course, was here in a similar way as for example, Apple introduced the iPhone or Tesla introduced the electric car, is to go up market and say, you know, we have this great product and this is made out of timber, it's innovative. And we've seen a lot of like, interest in this, and a lot of people were buying, and especially the more expensive apartments, and that was exactly what we wanted, because if we can show that people with money are investing in projects like this, also local people start to see that wood is cool, that wood is something where what they can trust and where they can invest their money in, that was what we anticipated that would happen with this project, and we're happy that it worked out. I will not go too deep into this project specifically, but of course this also takes a lot from like the experience we had from the other projects, where we have like a core and then a facade as a very simple modular system to create a very vibrant tower and facade to it. Now, what I think is for us the most important project at the moment is what we call Cheche Living. And this is the first project where we are really addressing also the local market to a big extent, where we have like equitable and affordable housing. So units starting at $10,000 in this project. And it has been a big success story. We sold like 7 complete buildings within a couple of months. We added like to the original 9 buildings, another 24. We're currently talking about a second town where we are implementing this specific approach into a local context. And of course, this context is not only about like how do you build, it's about the community, about the private spaces you create, and also how this relates back to the local architecture. And these are some examples out of Stone Town, which is the historical part of Zanzibar city, just next to our new town. And you see that this works in a similar way. They use like portico structures in timber in the local town as additional sun shading, as a place to meet. And exactly that is what we did as well for this local focus projects in a similar way. And the other thing what we did is we looked deeply into like a lot of like the African examples which failed. There's a lot of like new towns being built, and they are built for one specific type. There's a good example in Tanzania on the mainland. A whole new city was envisioned, but it were all 2-bedroom apartments. So you had a very homogeneous community, and of course nobody wanted to live there because of that reason. So when we develop a building, like we look into how can I diversify that. So in this building volume, we can create everything from a 20 square meter studio up to like an 80 square meter 3-bedroom apartment. And we can implement that in a flexible way. And of course, that starts to make the community. And not only do we integrate housing into these projects, we also allow shops in there, from small shops, 10 square meters it starts with, to bigger shops. So, and from there, so this is the backside, basically showing the commercial portion of the building. Sorry, Ibukun. Yes, I'm almost through. I'm almost through. Sorry about that. So I have 3 more slides. So also here, what we did is we looked into like not only like the material we use, but also about like the local value chain. What can we replace by local material? So by the first projects, we looked into the performance criteria. Now we look into what can we source locally. And that is very important because we do want to look at that whole value chain. We want to enable that like what we have locally in wood can also be used there. And to do that, we have to look beyond our profession. We work with the universities through Tanzania and East Africa, South Africa, and the US, Europe, together to connect knowledge, to specifically determine what is needed in terms of the production process to enable us to create timber housing. We see one of the big problems or challenges we are facing is that actually we don't have the contractors and the knowledge to implement this. So what happens is that a lot of this knowledge needs to be imported. And of course that we want to stop in the future. We want to do this with local people in a local context with local materials, because that's where we can really make a contribution to like the demographic challenges by the housing we need to create, and also to a better climate to the future. And I think Africa is in a wonderful position there to really tackle something which the rest of the world cannot, because we do have the resource, we do have the demand. Now we just need to like bring that together and start building more with timber. And we can we showed that it can be done. We showed that people are buying the properties. We're the fastest selling real estate project in East Africa for many years in a row already, and we do that in timber. And this certainly is something which is not only happening in East Africa. It will happen and start to happen throughout the continent. And the sooner we can be on board with that, and also the sooner we as architects can learn about that and contribute that, the better we are placed for a more sustainable future. And apart from that, visit a timber house, you will see how much nicer a timber house is than a conventional built house. Thank you. That was everything. This will be Fumba in the future. These were these 2 houses where it started with, and this town, hopefully in a couple of years from now, will have that fully built. Thank you so much from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Leander Moon. We have come to almost the end of the Lagos Architects Forum for today. If Architect Sani Salawa will have 1 or 2 words to just round off comments from the last speaker and this presentation, and then we'll take our final awards for today.
Thank you very much, our able secretary, Architect Moniba. We've had a very good presentation on transportation in relation to Lagos as an evolving organism. It is quite interesting to note that transportation occupies a very, very integral aspect of our city's development and evolvement. I found it very easy to relate this lecture with the previous lectures we've had on real estate development, because speaking from that perspective, you could easily understand that some specific areas are being avoided. People are migrating because of how difficult it is to access those parts of the city. So we would want to have some questions at this point on that presentation from the audience, or if anybody has any comment to make in addition, this is the time to do it. And remember, we have run out of time. So we would want to have that done as quickly as possible. So any questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. I believe that's it, or are we supposed to also take from the... Okay, so very much. Back to Moniba.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll be taking, yesterday we're supposed to have 2 celebrity architects, so we'll take the next award for the celebrity architects for the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, LAF 14.0. To give this award, I would like to invite architect Sani Salawa to give it, and I would like to invite to the stage architect Shomi Delano. He's receiving it on behalf of his father, architect Roti Delano. I'll just read his profile shortly. Architect Olumoroti Delano. He's the principal partner, Delano Architects. He finished from the University of Lagos, and he's a registered architect. He's a past secretary, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter. He's also a past chairman, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter. He's a past honorary general secretary for the Nigerian Institute of Architects. He's a member of the education board of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. He's also the past president of the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria. Architect Roti Delano is the partner of Delano Architects, a firm he established in January 2012. Prior to this time, he worked in FMA Architects for 31 years, of which he was the managing partner for 21 years, from 1990 to 2011. During his years in FMA Architects, he worked on various designs of residential and office buildings, which include 16,000 square meter Chevron office building, 10,000 square meters head office for Keystone Bank, total head office building in Victoria Island, and quite a host of others. He has worked on office projects, healthcare, ecclesiastical buildings, residential buildings, and he's also been part of preparations of master plans. Architect Roti Delano was a member of the education board of the Nigerian Institute of Architects. He was also an adjunct lecturer at the Department of Architecture in the University of Lagos. Architect Delano is a member of various social and business clubs in Lagos. He's also a keen golf enthusiast, and we have the honor of celebrating him today. Please join me as we celebrate Architect Roti Delano in the person of his son.
Thank you very much. I would want to take a cue from what the president said to architect Pat Okonte yesterday when he was about handing over a similar award to her, by saying that architect Roti Delano is indeed a source of inspiration to many. I, for one, has been a fan for a very long time. He has been a past HGS, like we have heard in his resume. I have been a past HGS too, and so he has been our mentor in that area. I have had the privilege of also working with him on the education board. And we have also had the privilege of interacting with him at such kind of events. So like they say, a golden fish has no hiding place. For all the wonderful things that architect Roti Delano has been doing, he has been identified and found worthy of presenting an award. And so the Lagos chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects is presenting this award in recognition of his sterling performance in the Lagos built environment and in appreciation of his continuous support of chapter activities officially presented at the Lagos Architects Forum 2023, this month of May of 2023. So it's my pleasure and honor on behalf of the Institute, on behalf of the Lagos State chapter, the most powerful chapter, to present this award to you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Architect Moniba, back to you. Thank you.
Very quickly, as we draw to a close, we'd like to give the final award for today. I'd like to call on Professor Evelyn to please come present the award to the last speaker for today, Kolade Peter. Please, a round of applause as they come up.
Thank you. Thank you again. It's my pleasure to present this award to you on behalf of the Lagos State Chapter, LAV 14.0 Awards, and it's a special appreciation for what you have done today for the presentation. And so I am saying thank you, Kola Peters, and the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Lagos State Chapter, in recognition and appreciation of your contribution as speaker at this Lagos Architects Forum 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, we should take a picture.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience today. We've long overspent our time. We have come to the end of the second day of LAV 14.0.
Before we actually finally close and before we do a very colossal accident, we'd like to recognize our #1 man of the Institute, Architect Eni Benebo, PNIA, FNIA. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for your time. And with that, we've actually come to the end of the program for today. We would like to also appreciate our chairman of session, Architect Lanre Olushola and Architect Fayemi. Thank you very much, Ma. Plus, before you go, Ma, please, we'd like to take pictures with you and all our other guests on the stage. But thank you, everyone. We'll also like to appreciate our guests online. You have been wonderful. You have been amazing. You guys have stayed with us through the entire program. We thank you. We hope to see you tomorrow. Please don't forget that we have the home hospitality night later tonight at Freedom Park. There's a bus available here by 5:30. Otherwise, you can join us there. Beyond that, we also have the tour to the National Theatre on Saturday by 8 a.m. So please join us. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.